Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Compared to the rest of the country, but I got bad news. We've opted back in for the coming week, so it's going to get a little chilly throughout the state of Florida relative to what we're used to, but we'll certainly get through that. I'm happy to be joined here today by, got a great cast. We got our First Lady, my wife Casey, who's done an amazing job. Dr. Joseph Ladapo, Florida Surgeon General, is here. And then we have your representative, Ryan Chamberlain. He's doing a really good job for you guys. Thank you. So before I get into some of this, and I'll let the First Lady and Joe handle most of that, I think it's important to point out when the election of 2024 happened, one of the things that I did was convene a special session of the Florida legislature, because I knew that it was very important that all state and local law enforcement would cooperate with DHS with respect to enforcing immigration laws. We had 4 years of an open border, 5, 7, 10 million people coming across illegally, probably 10, but certainly many, many millions, and that was a dereliction of duty by the President Biden at the time. And there obviously was a demand to stop that, but also to repatriate folks that had come illegally. And so we did that. We said we want to have a requirement that there's cooperation because that's really, really important. We had to fight to get that, but we eventually got it. And so what's ended up happening is, just Florida in the last, 8, 9 months, 10 months since we've been doing this, we've helped between state and local, we've gotten almost 20,000 illegal alien apprehensions, and that's over and above what DHS would be doing, on their own. But people are working together because we understand, we have responsibility to ensure, that the laws are enforced. What we're not doing, is what you have people like Waltz and this mayor doing, which is basically trying to sabotage the enforcement operations. They're creating a toxic environment where they're really inciting people, to go out and show hostility to the agents who are doing this. That is not a recipe for success. That is not the way that you do business. And so we're going to continue with positive cooperation. It's certainly made a difference here in Florida. I mean, we've got a lot of folks now that have been removed from our communities, and that makes the community safer. It obviously helps taxpayers going forward. But that cooperation, I think, has been really, really important. And you can't have a situation where you have an administration come in, they open the border illegally, you have all these people, and then someone gets elected to fix it, and you basically have a right to sabotage, and then you can't do so. What? The law didn't matter for all those years, and there's no way to correct. We obviously know that we need to do that. So we're going to continue with our positive cooperation. I think that's the only way to do it, and I think that's it's paid big time dividends, for the state of Florida. Now, the other thing that we've done is, if you have somebody illegally driving on the roads and they don't have a license, our highway patrol will find that and then turn them over to DHS. Obviously, you do that. You have a criminal alien, leaves prison, we'll tell DHS, they come pick them up, and then they send them home to their country. You got to do that. Enforcement matters, but you also can help solve this problem by removing incentives to come and stay illegally. So we've done things like employment verification in Florida, E-Verify. We had, before I was governor, they had enacted in Florida in-state tuition for illegal aliens. I was able to sign the repeal of that provision because it honestly treated somebody, illegal alien, better than U.S. citizens in Georgia and North Carolina, and that didn't make any sense, but obviously that was an enticement. We've said no driver's licenses or ID cards, all the different things. Of course, got to be a citizen to vote, and people have been prosecuted for voting as illegal aliens, but there's definitely things that can be done. I mean, I think the federal government should deal with these remittances that illegal workers are sending back home. If you stop that, that's going to be a huge disincentive for people to come and remain illegally. Congress can defund sanctuary cities. Like, these are cities that are being empowered. You know, the Republicans in the House, they just voted to continue funding sanctuary cities. Like, why would you do that? Defund that. So using the tools that you have to create, I think, an environment that's going to promote, you know, the rule of law is really, really important. Interior enforcement is part of that, for sure. And no state's done more tthan Florida to assist that, and will continue to do it. But there's other things that I think are important. You know, we banned sanctuary cities in Florida my first year as governor. I mean, why would we want sanctuary jurisdictions to be able to do that? So they should do that nationwide, and I think that that would make, you know, a really, really big difference. But you know, we've had positive results. We've had positive interactions. I think it's a very hostile situation that's been created, and that's not the way to do business, and that's not what we want to see. I think people want to see orderly society. They want to see the rules enforced. They want to see people working together, and that's what you're seeing in the free state of Florida. Now, we're here to talk about Florida's Healthy First initiative. So a few months ago, the First Lady, Dr. Ladapo, Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins, and I launched our, you know, Make America Healthy Again Florida initiative. And we said there was going to be a lot of different things that we were going to do. One of the things that they've done now over the last several months is they've done testing on key things that families use, particularly with respect to children. So a few weeks back, we did an announcement on testing of baby formula that Dr. Ladapo had overseen at the Department of Health. And, you know, you had some of these baby formulas, you know, they've got things like lead and things in them in levels that are probably not good for human consumption. And so they were able to do those test results, put out the results on the web page, and then let people. There were some formulas that were very positive, but then there were others that would be you know, questionable. And so that's really important to be able to show folks, you know, what's going on. So we really view us as the state as serving an important role. I think a lot of what we're doing is consistent with what they're trying to do, you know, right now at the federal level, but we're showing we have a role to be able to do some of these things that maybe the FDA has not yet done, maybe they will do in the future, but to give parents information, particularly when it comes to things with that was really, people really appreciated that. People have been able to make decisions as a result of that. And so then the next thing they're doing, as you can see, is candy and looking at candy. And, you know, I said, listen, let the results, you know, come as they are, but please don't tell me there's anything wrong with Reese's cups or whatever. And sure enough, there's not. So I'm good. Like, I just, you know, it's, and I know my kids would be very upset if there was something wrong with Reese's cups. So they went and they tested, you know, some of the candy and seeing some of the things, you know, that are in this. And I think some of it is like, you know, you take one piece of candy with maybe some of this, you know, but if you do certain quantities, which, you know, I mean, are kids just eating like 10 nerds? No, they're eating the whole box of nerds, right? Well, at least my kids are. And then they don't behave afterwards because of the sugar rush. And so I need to stop giving that to them. I know my wife is telling me not to give it to them. So you have this, and it's like, okay, well, what quantities, all this other stuff. So there's a whole bunch of stuff that goes on that, but it's going to be the same type of thing. They're going to the results will be made public today, so you'll be able to look at that. You'll be able to see. And look, we just want parents kind of to know what's out there. I mean, you know, there's a lot that goes on. It's like you're in a supermarket, you grab this, grab that. Maybe not everything is created equal in terms of what would be the healthiest options. And you know, it's not even a situation where, you know, we're saying like, oh, you know, you can only eat, you know, perfectly healthy stuff. I mean, like, if there's choices between different types of candies that you're giving a treat for, and one has the better ingredients and another may have some stuff in there that you wouldn't want, well, wouldn't you want to know that as a parent or a grandparent before you're making some of these decisions? And so thanks for First Lady and for Joe for spearheading this. I think it's really, really important, and I know people will really appreciate hearing the results. And so to tell you about it, we'll bring up the First Lady.
You can imagine we have some really fun conversations at home about all of this between, I was like, yes, the Reese's peanut butter cups we found were good, so no worries. But as a mom, you know, I was doing this morning what I think a lot of moms and parents all across the state and frankly the United States of America, they were doing. A little chaotic in our household, getting everybody dressed and out the door, but you know, I was making sure that I was packing lunches for them. And, you know, that's what parents do primarily in the morning. One of the big things they do to help prepare their kids to be able to have a productive and they hope healthy day. And so, you know, I'm putting these foods into their lunch boxes. And, you know, I'm choosing things that, of course, that are affordable, but also that I have some assumption that they are safe. Because these decisions are made off of trust. Trust that what is sold on store shelves is what it claims to be. Trust that these ingredients on these labels are indeed accurate. And trust that foods marketed to children are not quietly exposing them to harmful chemicals. You know, there's a reasonable expectation that our food supply, especially foods marketed to children, should not contain toxic chemicals. Ensuring the integrity of our food supply has been one of the central missions of this commission that the governor put forth. That's why when we launched this Healthy Florida First initiative, it was designed to really bring transparency, independent testing, and accountability to the foods that Floridians and frankly Americans are consuming sometimes every day. So under this initiative, as the governor has mentioned, we started with baby formula because there is no more vulnerable population than, of course, the babies and the youngest among us. The Florida Department of Health, we tested 24 different baby formulas, and then what they found was very troubling. They found that in 16 of the 24, they contained elevated levels of arsenic, cadmium, mercury, and lead. And for many infants, formula is their sole source of nutrition during the critical stages of development. And this, of course, for us and for many parents and grandparents, this is unacceptable. And we made it clear that this testing, and we're continuing to work on that with the baby formula, but that is not where we're going to stop. We said we're going to continue to do the testing. And so next, as promised, the attention has turned to another category heavily consumed by children, and that is candy. Through independent testing conducted by certified laboratories, the Florida Department of Health tested 46 different candy brands from 10 different companies. Of those, 33 were traditional, well-known candies, brands that we grew up with, things like Three Musketeers and Snickers and Skittles and Nerds and Kit Kats and Jolly Ranchers. In 26 of the 33 traditional candy brands tested, arsenic was detected at elevated levels. These levels are problematic when evaluated over the course of a year, and this is where the distinction is so crucially important. The concern here is not necessarily about one single piece of candy on one single day. The concern is when these products are consumed, as they realistically are, repeatedly over time, exposure can exceed what the Department of Health has determined to be safe annual allotment for arsenic. And here's why the context really matters. Take Nerds, for example. Yes, my daughter really likes Nerds. According to the department's analysis, consuming more than 96 Nerds, the small granular pieces of Nerds in a year, exceeds what is considered a safe annual arsenic exposure for children. But 96 Nerds, as we well know, is not typically what comes in a box. When you think about it, a typical smaller box can contain about 2,000. If you get one of those big boxes that you get like a movie theater, that's about 8,000 Nerds. Asking families to stop at 96 pieces over a year is not realistic when it's viewed against how the product is packaged, marketed, and then consumed. Another example to give you context and perspective is Swedish fish. The Department of Health determined that more than 8 pieces of Swedish fish exceed the estimated safe annual arsenic exposure level for a child. Yet in a typical small bag, usually 3 to 5 ounces, there are anywhere from 50 to 100 pieces. Stopping at 8 pieces does not reflect the real-world consumption. The same with Jolly Ranchers. The hard candies also kids love. The department's analysis shows that more than 6 pieces can exceed the annual safe threshold for arsenic exposure. A standard 7-ounce bag typically contains anywhere from 25, 30, 40 individually wrapped candies. And on it goes through 26 different types of candies who tested for those elevated levels that, again, are problematic when you think about them in aggregate. And keep this in mind, too. This is really to 100 pieces. Stopping at 8 pieces does not reflect the real-world consumption. The same with Jolly Ranchers. The hard candies also kids love. The department's analysis shows that more than 6 pieces can exceed the annual safe threshold for arsenic exposure. A standard 7-ounce bag typically contains anywhere from 25, 30, 40 individually wrapped candies. And on it goes through 26 different types of candies who tested for those elevated levels that, again, are problematic when you think about them in aggregate. And keep this in mind, too. This is really before taking into consideration aggregate exposure, yes, as you're eating more than the allotment that the Florida Department of Health has deemed in a single serving or in a partial part of the bag. It's also consumed over time more than a year, the candies, but it's also looking as you're eating more candy and then other foods that could potentially contain arsenic as well. Parents and grandparents may not be aware of these potential problems about arsenic. And cumulative exposure is not something that anyone sees reflected on a label or at a checkout aisle. And the context matters, especially for the health and the well-being of our children. And as the Surgeon General will talk about in a second, arsenic is a known toxic element. Long-term exposure, particularly during childhood, has been linked to developmental impacts, effects on the immune system, and increased cancer risk later in life. Children are uniquely susceptible because they consume more food relative to their body weight and often have a less varied diet, and their developing organs are less able to metabolize and excrete the toxic substances. So that is concerning. But I do want to say that there is some good news, and it matters because context and perspective does matter with all of this. The candies did not generally show elevated levels of lead, mercury, cadmium, and other problematic carcinogens, and not all candy tested showed elevated levels of arsenic. Some traditional candies came back with no identified significant arsenic risk, like Hershey Chocolate Bar, Reese's Peanut Butter Cups, Whoppers, M&Ms, Twix, and Milky Way. That tells us something really important, that this contamination is not inevitable. It can be prevented, and we can ultimately do better as a society. The same is true for products marketed as healthier or organic. Of the 13 candies advertised as organic or healthier alternatives, only 2 showed elevated levels of arsenic. Those were Smart Sweet Caramels and Smart Sweets Sweet Fish. The rest did not, which enforces that better sourcing, better manufacturing practices really can, in the long run, make a huge difference. And this is about facts, this is about truth, it's about transparency, and ultimately it is about empowering consumers, grandparents, and parents. Floridians and frankly all Americans deserve to make informed decisions about what they feed their families and have confidence in those ingredients that they're safe, and then have the trust that they are not corrupted by harmful chemicals. Our goal really has been, as the governor has articulated, to support the federal MAHA movement by working as force multipliers to be able to drive accountability through testing. The FDA primarily works as a reactionary force, stepping in after problems are identified. And while that role is very important, Florida is really working to change the system by supporting the FDA to not only continue to get in front of these problems by testing, but also by leading a coalition of states to trust but verify the integrity of our food supply. There is an expectation put on food manufacturers, and we are working to make sure that that expectation is met. And this is really bigger than just testing or candy. You know, I was thinking about this, that in Florida, we have invested over $1 billion in cancer care and research. We have directed tens of millions of dollars towards pediatric care. The other day, the governor and I were in Jacksonville, Florida, where the Mayo Clinic there unveiled the first carbon ion treatment therapy. It's the only one in the entire Western Hemisphere, and it is here in the state of Florida. And we've also looked into innovative research like ivermectin and its potential to try to combat cancer. Those investments really matter, but prevention matters too. Reducing unnecessary exposure to arsenic and lead and cadmium and mercury and other harmful contaminants in the food supply, especially for our children, gives us a better chance of potentially warding off long-term health ramifications. We should be looking at prevention just as much as we are looking at treatment. So the takeaway, I think, is very simple. There should be a reasonable expectation that chemicals do not quietly make their way into our food supply. Consumers deserve transparency. Parents deserve information to be able to make informed decisions about their health and their children's health or their grandchildren's health. And companies should be held to standards that we know from the evidence are achievable. Healthy Florida First is about prevention, accountability, and trust. And honestly, we are just getting started with all of this. So if there is a question, we have put all of this out on the website on exposingfoodtoxins.com. We are just getting started, and I think we are doing some really historic things in the free state of Florida, and I'm just honored to be a part of it.
Thank you,
Good morning. Hello to our friends at the Villages. Well, we are, we've been doing this. I feel like we were just here, and I guess it was like a week and a half ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, that we made the announcement about the baby formula testing. And now we're doing candy. And I know some people had palpitations out there, because we have our relationships with our candies. But it's funny, I have one more thing in common with the governor, because I love, and I don't really eat them anymore, but I love Reese's Cups. And those did come out as being better than some of the other candies in terms of some of these heavy metals. So that, I know some people are going to be breathing a sigh of relief in the audience, because those are good. Chocolate and peanut butter, very special divine combination there, right? So, this is I agree with the First Lady. I think this is really important work that we're doing. And it's very analogous to what Governor DeSantis has led for the years that he's been governor and during his term, which is like transparency and power to the people. We've, for decades, and in fact centuries, we've seen power shift to private interests that, are working in collusion with government, and not to the betterment of the people, really to sort of private benefit of individuals who are, engaged in making these arrangements, or the government officials who aid them and abet them. And that's literally a summary of where we are as a society now. And certainly a lot of people, so many people became more aware of that, including myself, during the COVID-19 pandemic. And, we saw the power of, we saw the efforts to basically disempower people, right? Like, do this, do that, 6 feet away, wear 3 masks, you have to take this vaccine, it'll fix everything. Now you have to take a second one, now a third one, now a 4th one. And we saw the shift in individuals trying to, both becoming more powerful by receiving more information and knowledge, usually from a grassroots perspective, right? It wasn't, that information wasn't coming from the government, but also, people working to help other people become more empowered. And finally, we were able to shift the tide. And that same paradigm, that same framework, that's exactly what's here. Is it shocking that, we have so many different types of food that have carcinogens, like known human carcinogens in them at high levels? It is shocking, and yet, that's what's normal currently. And, I'm really grateful to the governor to, provide us support to do this, and to the First Lady to have the vision to, say, you know what, it is possible for us. Let's put everything into this, and let's change the tide. Let's make this normal become abnormal. And so that's what we're doing. And we have, as she said, we have a lot more to go. There's a lot more to go. There's plenty of dirt, unfortunately, to uncover. So in this case, with candy, the major thing that I found striking is that, arsenic is in soil. It's naturally occurring. It's everywhere. It's actually in all foods. However, it tends to be in low concentrations. And sometimes it can be in higher concentrations, particularly if food comes from, say, apple orchards, for example, that were historically treated, say, back in the early 1900s with a particular type of pesticide that was high in arsenic. So sometimes some foods are sort of more problematic than others for very good reasons, but in general it's low in most foods. Rice tends to have higher amounts. I was really shocked by the levels of arsenic in common candies. The levels of arsenic in common candies are much higher, 2, 3, 4 times higher than even foods that we know have high levels of arsenic in general, like rice. And compared to foods that, just typical foods that people eat, the levels of arsenic were 20, 30, 40 times higher. It just unbelievable. And candy, that I ate as a kid, and I'm sure many of you ate as children, and Halloween, and just scarfing down on that stuff. So they're very high. And these charts that show how much candy people can consume before they exceed annual limits, what those charts are showing are the fact that arsenic is actually highly carcinogenic. So it doesn't take much of it to start causing a problem in terms of increasing the risk of cancer. And it's shocking to imagine, but it takes very little arsenic consumed on a regular basis to increase your likelihood of cancer. So just to put this into additional context, the types of cancers that have been linked to arsenic exposure and consumption include cancer of the lungs, cancer of the liver, cancer of the kidneys, cancer of the skin that's non-melanoma, and then there are other types of organ dysfunction. The First Lady mentioned some, immune dysfunction, other types of dysfunction. Arsenic is just, it's very bad. So we're going to be sharing the information that we received from the testing. That's going to be all publicly available. The way you come up with these estimates are based on models about the relationship between exposure and risk. Depending on the inputs, depending on the assumptions that go into the models, you get different estimates. What we have here are highly conservative. So we've used, for the purpose of this, the strictest levels, the strictest inputs, the strictest standards. So that's how we've come up with this. If you use different standards, maybe instead of 6 Jolly Ranchers, maybe you can have a bag in a year, over. And maybe, I don't know, maybe you can consume a whole box of Nerds. But either way, I mean, the picture doesn't change. I mean, clearly this stuff is high in arsenic. And as a parent, you probably want to avoid doing that to your kids, like if you have control over it. There's some other brands, I think like one has like Goodies or Goodness or something like that, but that tended to test pretty good. But these other brands that are similar to the brands that most of us grew up eating at Halloween, but they do tend to be less toxic. So that's good news. So we have more work to do. As the First Lady said, we're going to keep pushing on this front hard because people deserve it, and we should not have ended up in this place in the first place where folks are consuming stuff and have no idea the types of risks that they're taking on when they're consuming it. And we're going to keep working in this area, and it's important because we deserve it. I mean, people deserve it, and our families deserve it. Our kids deserve better health. So thanks.
Well, thanks, Joe, and thanks to the First Lady for that. And I know there's more things that they're testing, so there'll be more information coming very soon. I also just wanted to point out, so Friday we got state GDP numbers, the size of the economy. And when I became governor, Florida's economy was a little over $1 trillion. Friday's numbers were at $1.85 trillion, and so it's like a 70% increase in 7 years. We have the second, as a percentage basis, we're number 2 in America behind Idaho. It's just up to Idaho, helping them with the passing a balanced budget amendment through the states, which we're trying to do. We got 28. We need 34, but and I think they're going to do it. But I used to rattle off Florida. We're number 1 in economic freedom, number 1 economy. 3 years I do my thing, and I'd be like number 1 in economic growth. And then someone said, "No, you're not. You're number 2." And I was like, "Well, I was like, no, we're ahead of Texas. I know. Trust me. I look at that. No, Idaho." And so Idaho's 1 as a percentage, not obviously that. So that's that. So that's where we'd be like I think top 15 in the world if we were our own country. For economy, which is really, really good. And then since I've been governor, if you take all the debt the state has accumulated, we've retired 50% of that just in my term because we're doing accelerated debt repayment. The legislature has funded a program that you buy the bonds cheaper. Retire them early, and then you don't have to pay the interest. You save on principal too, and so we've saved probably between principal and interest. We probably saved $2 billion over the last few years by doing that early. So if you said the taxpayer-supported debt of Floridians, if you had to write a check for your share, I think it's like $400. If you had to write a check for your share of the federal debt, I think it's like $110,000, $130,000. Some people even say a lot more than that, but bottom line, it's a lot. So, and obviously, the federal has gone up, every year for how many years? We're going down every year. They used to have that debt clock in New York City showing the national debt going up every day. I'm going to create one for Florida where the clock shows it going down every day. I mean, wouldn't that be something that would be neat? The other thing that we're doing is 2026 is America 250. And so we've really leaned into this, I think, more than any other state by far, because I think it's important, one, that we commemorate that. Two, that we remind people about, what it means to have founded the United States of America. What about the ideals that it was founded on? How did we have a constitution that came out of that the next decade? All these, and especially for young people, we've really increased civics in the schools. So now you have very robust, we have programs for teachers where they can learn about all the building blocks of the American Republic throughout Western civilization, things they don't really teach as much in colleges. They do it now in Florida's universities, but not as much around the country because it's considered a lost art. It's not kosher with their ideological agenda. And so there's a whole bunch of reasons for that, but that's really fallen out of favor. Well, you need to know all the, so we put them through a course. It's voluntary, but they get $3,000 bonus if they go through the course, and it's like 50 hours of like really, really good stuff. And then we now do really reinvigorated speech and debate. We had very little speech and debate 7 years ago. Now every single school district has speech and debate, and we have hundreds of people that are going to be in the championship in the spring down at New College in Sarasota. And what we've done is we now give the winner, we've endowed a $50,000 scholarship to the winner, $25,000 for second place, $15,000 for semifinalists, $10,000 for quarterfinalists. And I think we now have that funded. I mean, it's not taxpayer, it's the direct support organization, the foundation for the Department of Education, but they've gotten enough support to where, that's probably funded for the next 10 years, even if they have no additional donations. And so I think that that's really important that they're doing it. So we've been doing that, but then 250, our view is like, yeah, let's lean in. So we have counties that are named after different founding fathers. And so, I'm like, okay. So we brought a Jefferson statue to Jefferson County and put him in front of the courthouse. I got a Washington statue in the state capitol that we got from Mount Vernon. Beautiful statue that we've been displaying there. We're getting a replica built. We're going to put that in Washington County. I got Ben Franklin in Franklin County. The thing is like these blue states are taking these statues down, so I get them at a discount on the open market. I mean, it's really fun. So we've got James Madison coming in for Madison County. We've got Hamilton for Hamilton, James Monroe down in the Keys, Monroe County, and all that. And we're going to do that. But what we're also doing is we are going to be doing things to also commemorate folks who've really represented those founding ideals, throughout, American history. And so we're going to be doing soon a Ronald Reagan statue at Florida International University. The president's house is named the Reagan House, so we're going to do something down there. I've got a lot of other folks in the hopper, but I got to bring someone to the villages, and so I got to figure out who we bring to the villages. I could do Abraham Lincoln, I could do Eisenhower. This is an Eisenhower thing. So we got to figure out, what the connections. Some of these have connections to Florida. I'm doing Calvin Coolidge. I'm doing it. We're going to do it in Polk County because that was his last public appearance as president, and back in 1929. I think we're going to do Frederick Douglass at St. Augustine. He was down there, campaigning for civil rights after the Civil War in St. Augustine. So we're going to do that. We're going to do others. But I got to figure out who we want in the villages. So you guys talk to your folks. Let us know who we can do. We want to do someone that I think that people will be proud of and whatnot. I don't know that Eisenhower was ever here, though there's a lot of fanfare, and I think it's been very well done, everything that they've done here on that. He may have been in other parts of Florida during his tenure in the Army, and then he would go to the Keys, but that was Truman at that. We have a little White House down there that we do for Truman that he used to stay, and we've put money in to refurbish it. So I don't know that I could do Eisenhower down there. That'd probably have to be Truman, but maybe Eisenhower, maybe Lincoln, maybe some other folks. And so you guys let us know, and we'll make it happen. We've got to run. I got to get back to there. We're running a little late this morning. I wish I could stay longer, but God bless the villages and God bless the Free State.
News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Announcement. It's been almost a year. One of my first events was to award the Attorney General's Back the Blue Award to Kirsten Bridegan because of her great work as part of the Bridegan Foundation, providing Bexley boxes to law enforcement offices across the state. I'm honored to be joined here by Sheriff Hardwick and Sheriff Lima, as well as Abby Bellabradic from Walmart, for what is truly a wonderful partnership to help children in the state, children of largely victims. We're a #1 pro-kid state, as I've said, up and down this state, and that's never going to change. As a brief reminder, it's been several years since Jared Bridegan, Kirsten's husband, was murdered on the side of the road after pulling off the road. In the back seat was their 2-year-old daughter, Bexley, who I've just learned is now 6. Thank you for being here. And so she's taken to the law enforcement office. And for kids, that can be such a scary and intimidating place. But you and I here in this room, we know that there's nobody that loves and cares for little kids more than our great sheriffs, deputies, and police officers. So Kirsten had the great idea, even in a moment of real stress where it would have been easy to, tie yourself up in a ball and get lost in grief. I probably would have been so weak that would have happened to me. But she decided to turn to strength and do something very productive. She realized that these law enforcement offices that can be so intimidating, they don't have child-friendly toys and books and essentially a kit, so that when kids come in, there's something that's going to make them feel warm and welcomed and give them an opportunity to distract themselves from whatever terrors or dangerous situation that they may have just witnessed or been a part of. So Kirsten set forward to create the Bexley boxes, which you can see here, and get them to law enforcement offices, not only in Florida, but across the country. And so a year ago, I think she'd had a couple dozen that had been deployed. She's now up in the 60s. And I told her, by the end of the year, we got to find a way to get these into police offices, sheriff's offices across the state. We can't have any state that's failing to have these Bexley boxes on hand. We had a little ingenuity and reached out to our great partner, Walmart. Walmart's been an outstanding friend to the state, combating the opioid crisis, standing by law enforcement, standing by veterans, and I had no doubt that they would step up in a big way. Little did I know that they would offer to just handle everything in Florida themselves. So we're honored to be joined by Walmart, Abby from Walmart here today, who will speak. They are going to assemble these boxes that are very intentionally designed and get them to every single office. The Florida Highway Patrol has also offered, where necessary, to help deliver these to the appropriate law enforcement office. So this is a great story to come out of a very tragic situation. I think it's a lesson here for all of us that when we endure pain and grief and sadness, there's always a way to turn that into a miracle, into something positive. And no doubt, with the partnership of our great sheriff's offices, especially St. Johns County in this case, we find a way to turn a sad thing into a very positive result. So I want to thank everybody for being here today. I will turn it over now, and I will let Sheriff Hardwick say a few words.
Thank you, AG. Appreciate you. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. AG, thank you for your steadfast commitment to not just the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office. As I'm sure my brother, Sheriff Lima, our FSA president, will tell you, it's a special thing we have going on here in Florida, sir, and it's because of you and your leadership position. This is one of those things, where we're in the office, of course, and another tragic incident occurs. It hits home right here, just outside of St. Johns County and Duval County. And Kirsten, at the time, was living, of course, in our county. In February of 2022, it changed not just her life, but the life of the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office, too, as well. Because she lived in our county again, and we stepped up, and under the leadership of Commander George Harrigan, we got involved in her life to protect and to serve her, too, as they went through this horrific incident where a 2-year-old baby, a child by the name of Bexley, was a witness to a horrific incident, which, of course, was a murder. With that being said, we had some conversations, and Kirsten's in our office, and she said she's building these Bexley boxes. And she educated me, and I've been a detective for a long time before I became the chief of police, and now you're sheriff, and I said, we're missing it. And we had a victim of a horrific incident who lost her husband, and this is what she identified. We were missing something in a local police station saying, do you have this? And she actually called us out. And everything she asked us, we said, we don't have that. I don't think we have that either. We don't have that either. I said, so what are you doing? She said, I'm doing a Bexley box. And I want to do it free of charge. I want to donate to every law enforcement agency, all 67 sheriff's office, all 300 police departments across the state of Florida. We're going to go national. I said, how are you funding this? I'm not. I'm doing it through donations. I don't know how we're going to fund it, but we're going to figure this out. Our staff bought into this product with her. How could you not when you see beautiful Bexley hanging around with our detectives and our deputy sheriffs in our office, and they kind of adopted us as their family. And then the AG and I, through our friendship and our partnership, he happens to be in my office for another press conference. I enlightened him of what's going on, and he said, I'm all in. I want to meet this lady, Kirsten. And Kirsten was there, and he met her. And he said, I'm all in. We're going to make this happen. And then our phenomenal partnership with Walmart, it goes a lot deeper than just what we're currently doing in the great state of Florida with Walmart. This has gone on forever, for years, including our loss prevention techniques that we're using now that do not waste our law enforcement officers' time by having that partnership where they can do some of the paperwork for us. So it's much deeper than that. But as you sit here today, I challenge you, sheriffs in St. Johns County, every single one of you should have a Bexley box in your station. This is a partnership with Kirsten, with the Brightigan Foundation. This is a partnership with our AG, who is phenomenal. But just as important, it's a partnership with Walmart, who always has our backs, of course, in the great state of Florida. So I just simply tell you this, step up, let's do the right thing. We have a great partnership with Walmart. You're going to hear about it today. And be a part of making the change, making the difference, and making these victims that come into your stations feel welcome, and taking that pressure off that mother that might have just lost her husband in a brutal murder, where that child can be taken care of by our victim advocates and our detectives. So again, a pleasure and honor. I speak here today on behalf of our sheriffs. And again, Kirsten, it was unfortunately with a horrific incident. We were meant to be together, all of us, and you're doing great things. And I see beautiful Bexley sitting back there with one of my canine detectives, or canine officers, Stephanie Stewart. We got a special thing because of this horrific incident. So thank you, AG, and I appreciate you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have Sheriff Lima. He's the current president of the Florida Sheriff's Association and has also just done an outstanding job leading our sheriffs, who are the best law enforcement officers in the entire country. So thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you so much, General. And first and foremost, I want to thank Kirsten and the Bridigan family for taking a horrific, tragic event and sending a message saying that no other family should have to experience this trauma without some level of support. It's the fundamental concept of the Bexley box that will provide comfort to so many children going through some of the most challenging times in their precious little lives. And it's incredibly important that we at the Florida Sheriff's Association watch this effort grow. It is that narrative that way too often you see people like Sheriff Hardwick and myself and our colleagues get labeled as law enforcement officers, and indeed, enforcing the law is a big component of effective criminal justice. But what we're doing today, and what we spend a considerable amount of time doing, is policing, connecting, and being one with the community to make sure that we can provide comfort and safety and all of those things. I want to thank Sheriff Rob Hardwick again, because he has been a steadfast leader to protect the most vulnerable within our community and uses his strong voice and advocacy to make sure that the quality of life of the citizens, not only here in St. Johns County, is preserved, but across the great state of Florida. And as his comments, we have the best by far Attorney General in the entire country, a man who makes it a personal mission to get out there to each one of the counties. I don't know how he gets any rest, how he finds any time, and just connects the dots, the things that sound like they're going to provide relief and comfort to so many people that are in our communities. And again, we can't do that as government. We can't do that as a nonprofit without the support of organizations just like Walmart. Walmart, the largest employer in the world, is using their political capital, their influence, and buying in on initiatives that absolutely work, not just with the Bexley Box initiative, but time and time again on issues that are so incredibly important to the citizens that we have the privilege to protect and serve. And little Bexley, she, for many, many years, I hope she has a level of pride as she serves as an ambassador of putting this message. And then so many little boys and girls for years and years across this country are going to be helped based upon this effort. So Kirsten, thank you so much for using your voice, your advocacy, and thank you, General and Sheriff Hardwick and Walmart, for your unwavering support of these vulnerable citizens.
Good morning. Our story has been shared a little bit, but I'll just recap that in my own words. As was said, in 2022, my husband was murdered just mere feet away from where our daughter Bexley sat strapped in her car seat. Thankfully, a kind person came upon the scene. From our own funds and delivered to the Jacksonville Beach Police Department later that same year. And when I shared that story online, it blew up. There were so many other parents being like, why aren't these everywhere? And that made me realize that maybe it's not just the police station that we were at. Maybe this is a widespread need. And so we founded the Brightigan Foundation to spread this mission further. Each of these boxes is named in honor of our daughter Bexley and is filled with necessities like diapers, wipes, sippy cups, snacks, toys, blankets, and so much more. Just simple items that provide such a strong and profound difference for a child in crisis who is away from the comfort of their own home. We know how powerful a blanket can be to a child from our own experience. And I think all of the adults in this room can even admit that a familiar snack or a drink in a time of stress can make a huge difference. And we've learned that law enforcement agencies aren't always equipped, despite their best efforts and desires, to handle these situations as they arise. And that's where we step in. This February is a huge milestone that belongs to everyone who's believed in our mission from the start. Thanks to you, every donor, small and large, every loyal supporter, and even the school children nationwide who have chosen our box as their school project, thank you. We have more than 65 Bexley boxes currently in place today, with a few more pending. And through this partnership with Walmart, made possible by our Attorney General, we will place 120 more Bexley boxes in the next month. This will help us achieve statewide placement in every sheriff's office and municipal law enforcement agency in the state of Florida. We're a small team of volunteers, and we've done our best up until this point with the resources and the heart that we have. And this partnership will push us beyond our comfort zone in the best way possible. We are deeply grateful, a little bit overwhelmed, but just so humbled by this opportunity to help children in the state of Florida. Achieving this in just 3.5 years is a tremendous accomplishment that belongs to all of us, but it's not the end. We need to stay on top of refilling these boxes as they are used to make sure that they are always ready for a child in need. To every officer who has used a Bexley box to comfort a child, to every volunteer who has helped fill one up, and to everyone who has helped contribute to this cause, thank you. You are turning tragedy into compassion one box at a time, and together we will make a difference for children going through the unimaginable. Thank you very much.
And obviously Walmart's doing this for the right reasons and really saving the day here, but they're also bailing me out because I told Kirsten, within my first year in office, which is coming up in a little over a week, we're going to get this done. And a few months ago, I realized, man, I am up a creek without a paddle trying to figure out how to get these boxes in every location. So big help to a big thank you from me and all of us to Walmart for saving the day here. So Abby, I'll let you come up.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you all for being here today. First, I want to start by thanking Attorney General James Uthmeyer, Sheriff Hardwick, and Sheriff Lima, and the law enforcement officers across Florida. What you do every day to keep people safe, often in incredible, difficult situations, doesn't go unnoticed, and we are genuinely grateful for you and all your service. I also want to recognize Kirsten Brightigan. Kirsten saw something that needed to change and decided to do something about it. Through the Brightigan Foundation and the creation of the Bexley boxes, she found a way to bring comfort and care to children during moments that are traumatic, confusing, and scary. Turning something so personal into something that helps so many others is incredibly powerful. When we learned about the work, our team knew we wanted to support the effort in any way we could. As a parent myself, I can only imagine how overwhelming it would be for a child to experience something like that, and how much I would hope that if my family were ever in that similar situation, there would be someone there to provide comfort and care. At Walmart, our purpose is to help families live better, and we believe that starts with people feeling safe and supported in their communities. When a child experiences trauma, it doesn't take much to make a difference. A blanket, a snack, a toy, small things, but in those moments, they mean everything. Bexley boxes give officers the ability to provide that, comfort, where it's needed most, and we're proud to be a part of making that possible. Our Walmart associates across Florida care deeply about the communities they serve, and we are honored to support the partnership to make sure that no child must go through a difficult moment without compassion, care, and comfort. Thank you for allowing Walmart to be a part of this important work. Thank you.
So with that, we'll end on a happy note. A final thank you to Kirsten for the incredible idea, to our great sheriffs, especially Sheriffs Hardwick and Lima, and to Walmart for all your support. You know, people might not realize how often children are in police stations, whether it's being victims themselves of terrible tragedies and abuses, or being there following a domestic violence call or some other dispute. It happens more than you'd realize. So this was a big step towards taking care of kids and making them feel more welcome and comfortable while they're going through a tough time. So with that, I think we got time for a couple questions, and then we do got to clear this room for lunch here, so just a couple. Yes, sir. Yeah, we are investigating this. We'll have more to announce soon. The question was about the gun registry that the city of Jacksonville was putting together. I think the local state attorney concluded that it was a lower level staff person that didn't know what they were doing. Most everybody here knows that ignorance of the law is not typically a defense. So I do believe what happened was wrong and unlawful. We're taking a hard look at it. We'll have some updates soon. Thanks for the question. We'll have some updates very soon. Yeah, what I'll say is when you have nurses, healthcare officials that are threatening the livelihood, threatening moms going through delivery, the toughest of times, for partisan political reasons, that is wrong. These people should not have a license. If you're going to make threats saying because somebody's a Republican, I hope they get injured severely during childbirth, that's unacceptable. That person should not be a health care provider. Thank you. One more? Can you say that a little louder? I'm sorry. Sure. Yeah, I mean, we're coordinating very well. Here in Florida, we got a good thing going. We've got the State Board of Immigration Enforcement that was put together in special session about a year ago. It was kind of my last effort before moving on into this job. And we're leading the way. We're enforcing the law. We don't make the law. We enforce the law. We are well coordinated. We've been working well with the federal government. I think our numbers probably are far above any other state in the country, and we'll continue to do that. It's frustrating when you see a lot of people in the media and on the left side, protesting alligator Alcatraz and crying for the treatment of some of these people. But I've personally worked on numerous cases now where you have child rapists that are here in the country illegally. You have people that have committed some of the most heinous of crimes that should not be here. We have to have a secure country. We have to have sovereignty. I understand that not every immigrant is here looking to do malicious evil, and I get that. And to them I say, the federal government is offering you an opportunity to take the $1,000 and the flight home, come back the legal way, the right way. But to those out here that are trafficking and are engaged in, serious drug dealing and want to commit harm, we're going to continue coming for you with absolutely everything that we've got. And I'll conclude by saying, I've been getting reports from all the sheriffs here. Fentanyl's going down. This was the new warfare we were seeing a couple of years ago, and again, the data for 2025 is still coming in, but you see fentanyl dropping in most jurisdictions of the state. I think that can very squarely be tied to shutting down the border. We're seeing less of these large-scale drug trafficking operations going on. So with that, I'm going to wrap up. I'll stick around if anybody has some additional questions. But again, big thank you to everybody here. Great news, great day. And let's get these things in all the offices. And then, Kirsten, let's look at some other states and go on a road show. All right. Thanks, everybody.
House has passed bills to lower the age to buy rifles like AR-15s, protect reproductive health care providers, and immigrants. And despite the fact that Florida is in an affordability crisis, they focus on bills that do nothing to make Florida less expensive as a place to live. And outside of the Tallahassee bubble, since the start of the year, more than 250,000 Floridians lost their health care coverage because Congress didn't protect the ACA subsidies, and millions more of our neighbors are going to be paying more. Over 4 million Floridians get their health care through the Affordable Care Act. 4 million. Florida ranks 49th in average teacher pay and 39th in expenditures per student. Simply stated, our schools need help. Our kids deserve a world-class education, but they can't get it on a third-rate budget. And it's incredibly expensive to rent or buy a home here, putting the dream of home ownership out of reach for far too many families. We could be working together to tackle these problems to make things better for Floridians, but instead, there are two other issues dominating this session. DeSantis' push to gut local communities' independence by ending their ability to levy property taxes, and Trump's insistence that Republican states gerrymander congressional districts to keep Americans from holding his administration accountable in the midterms. And speaking of property taxes, this attack on property taxes is a distraction because the Republicans are persisting in their dysfunction and they can't solve the property insurance crisis. Ending property taxes means either we get fewer services or our communities have to pay for some other way, like new taxes or fees. This isn't a tax cut, it's a tax shift. You'll be paying some other way. Property taxes pay for things like police, firefighters, EMTs, schools, roads, parks, and libraries. Many of Florida's smaller counties would become entirely dependent on the state to fund their local operations. They simply don't have the tax base to survive. This would force Florida's smaller communities into a county welfare system where their money would be controlled by Tallahassee politicians. And guess who would be paying the bill? The larger counties. I would love to support a property tax cut, especially as Florida faces an affordability crisis, but I'm not yet comfortable with any plan I've seen yet. They just cost our communities too much. Communities deserve to know exactly what they'll be losing in local services and independence before they vote on something like this. And after how Ron DeSantis used state agencies to campaign against constitutional amendments he didn't like in 2024, I don't trust that he'll be honest with the people. They could be told this would be great for them, but then the savings would probably be very modest for the average family, but the services cut could be devastating. And with those opening remarks, let me now kick it over to our policy chair, Representative Kelly Skidmore.
I'm so sorry, Leader. I was struggling to get off mute. Good morning, everyone. I really want to just take a few minutes and talk about property taxes and redistricting kind of in tandem. The messages that we get from the Republicans on property taxes is the population hasn't really grown that much. And so I'm curious as to how they anticipate calculating how much the population has grown and where people are moving, because that has been another argument in committee in regard to property taxes, where people are moving from the larger urban areas into other areas around the state, like Putnam County, for example. These are actual comments that have been made in committee. So how in the world do we manage redistricting on a congressional basis when the law requires us to only have a deviation of plus or minus one person? I'm really curious how the Republicans are going to pull this off. But it goes to show you, whether they're talking about property taxes or they're talking about congressional redistricting, they don't have a plan. They don't know what they're doing. They're in disarray, and they're trying to manage this narrative. So it's going to be curious how they manage going forward. But these are arguments that they really have to address.
Thank you, Policy Chair Skidmore. I appreciate your thoughts. So with that, let's go ahead and open it up to questions. So starting with Cody Butler, good morning. The Department of Health is cutting $120 million from the AIDS Drug Assistance Program March 1st, leaving 10,000 people without access to expensive life-saving drugs. Senate President Ben Albritton said last week he's looking at opportunities to help these people, which may or may not include money. What would you like to see the legislature do to help? And what would happen with these people between March 1st and July 1st when most legislative changes would take effect? Thank you so much for that question, Cody. I will tell you that I've been having some conversations with third-party groups about this and with other stakeholders, because there's a significant concern that if folks can't get access to these drugs, we could be rolling back literally decades of progress that we made in the battle against HIV and AIDS. And so I was encouraged to see that Ben Albritton, Senate President Albritton, is open to solutions. And I know that there are a number of folks, including people in my caucus and our Democratic caucus in the House, who are pushing for us to match whatever the Senate does. Let me just remind everybody, this is not a partisan issue. It's not even a bipartisan issue. It is a nonpartisan issue. And we should do what we can to protect these Floridians who otherwise would be so very vulnerable. And we also have to think about what would the impacts be on public health if we can't get it together. So I think it's time for us to set aside any dysfunction between the two chambers and the governor. We need to get this done for Floridians. Otherwise, people could be left without those medications. We know they're very expensive, and it could reverse progress. And we don't want to see that happen. We don't want to see, we shouldn't be putting Floridians in a death sentence because we can't get it together and negotiate and come up with a good solution for this. Okay, Forrest. Wondering what the caucus thinks about the ICE-involved shooting in Minneapolis over the weekend. Do you feel the same thing could happen in Florida? And if so, what should the state be doing to avoid it? So thank you so much for asking that question, because I know it's been on all of our hearts. And while on this issue, I wouldn't necessarily profess to speak for every member of the caucus, I think suffice it to say that we're heartbroken over this, that our hearts go out to Minneapolis as we're watching what is happening there. And I gotta say that this is not what people signed up for. Even people who wanted to be quote unquote tough on immigration did not sign up to see Americans gunned down in the street. I've watched some of the videos. To me, it is disturbing. I'm watching the calls from Congress to halt funding to ICE. And this is what I'll say. I definitely think there needs to be more oversight. And we gotta make sure that this doesn't happen again. It shouldn't happen to any American citizen. Frankly, it shouldn't happen to anybody. No one agency is judge, jury, and executioner. And so we've got to bring things back from the brink. We've got to cool the temperature down. We've got to focus on policies for immigration that work. But we have to remember who we are as a country. At our core, we actually are a nation of immigrants. And what I have been seeing has been so cruel and so inhumane, and just the dehumanizing of immigrants, and frankly of Americans who are there just to bear witness and to watch what's happening and to make sure that the law is followed. None of this is okay. Could this happen in Florida? Absolutely. If this can happen in Main Street in Minnesota, it can happen anywhere in our country. And this is why we should all be so very concerned.
ready to alert the community of ICE and CBP activity. And when I blow that whistle, I'm also pleading, not one more detained, not one more family being broken, not one more deportation. But the reality is that without intervention to stop these murderous and violent agencies, our pleas fall empty. On behalf of the Coalition and the National Immigration Project, I urge you not to avert your eyes from this reality. I respectfully request that you carry our community's pain and suffering here back to your colleagues in DC, and that you urge them to ensure not one more dime goes to ICE or other DHS agencies. I respectfully request you make every effort under your jurisdiction on this committee to end ICE operations everywhere, to demand full legal accountability for the abuses done by federal immigration officers, and conduct a transparent, independent investigation into ICE and Border Patrol for human rights and constitutional violations. Lastly, the scale of abuse and suffering in ICE detention centers cannot fully be understood or conveyed from briefs or testimony. Please visit Camp Jade and other detention centers in Louisiana and Mississippi to witness firsthand the humanitarian crisis unfolding in your states. Thank you.
You know, there's no testimony better than personal experience. So we thank you for it. And obviously it resonates. We have our final witness, Reverend Ingram, who we're very familiar with. as one United Methodist to another. We'll try to get you to summarize in 5 minutes, Pastor, but I'm going to give you the magic minute.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. I just want to say how grateful I am for everyone who's been providing testimony and their witness. 10 months after the storm, my pregnant wife and 3-year-old daughter and I moved to this city, like a lot of immigrants moved to this city, to be a part of rebuilding this place and to become a part of this wonderful place. And everyone here knows who rebuilt this city. And this city is as much theirs as it is mine or anybody else's. That cannot be ignored 20 years later, because many of them stayed like I have stayed, and this has become their city where they've raised their families and become our neighbors and friends. First Grace is one of many houses of worship that partners with groups like Familia Unidas and Union Migrante to host meetings, to partner with them, to defend often the mistreatment of our immigrant neighbors and friends, and now to box hundreds and hundreds of boxes of food each week to take to immigrants where they can feel a little bit safer. Our church also has a legal clinic, Project Ishmael, which has over 100 cases and one very terrific attorney whose name happens to be Angela Davis. And what has started to happen again under this administration happened very early on last year. One of our high school clients, Junior, left school with Project Ishmael, our legal clinic, one of our representatives, to go to her scheduled ICE check-in. She has a legal case. It's working through the system. And when they got there, ICE immediately arrested her. And as we protested, they said, you can represent them from detention. And then they shipped them across to another state into Mississippi, to a detention center there, to, of course, make it more difficult to represent them. This has become common practice. When I ask Angela, what should I tell these representatives of Congress that they should do? She says, tell them they should abolish ICE. It doesn't make anyone safer. It confuses everyone. Who does ICE answer to? It's really hard to tell. Our head of maintenance at First Grace, who lived in sanctuary at our church for 9 years, while he had a legal case, but was told by ICE he was going to be deported anyway, he is now, has legal standing here. He has been followed multiple times by ICE. An unmarked car pulls up in front of his vehicle while he's driving down Canal Street, another unmarked vehicle behind his vehicle, another unmarked vehicle on the side of his vehicle while they run his license plate. Why would they do that to him and not me? Because he's got brown skin. It's nothing new, it's just worse. Most recently, he was at a gas station getting gas in his truck. A vehicle pulled up behind his car, a vehicle pulled up in front of his car, unmarked. Men with masks get out, stand right next to him while they're running his license plate. Then they slink away. This is everyday experience in America, and I am appalled. We are a sacred place. Churches actually have a politics, and it's very simple and clear. Whatsoever you do to the least, you do unto me. That is the words of our Jesus Christ that we try to follow and get as close to as we can. And we have this big steeple on our church. And when people see that steeple, it means something to them. I can go there and I expect people to care about me. Not because I'm a Christian, not because I'm an immigrant, not because I'm a citizen, not because I'm any of those things, because I'm a human being. You expect us to care. And I believe the country expects us to care about them. And now it's much harder to do that if you think someone's going to bust down your door because you're caring about the least. I would ask you to please put back in place the policies that make sacred places like churches, mosques, synagogues, and even hospitals and schools sacred. Finally, I just want to say how proud I am of our fellow citizens of New Orleans. What we have done during this past few weeks and months has been so inspiring. Hundreds of us gathering all over the city, demanding and protecting our neighbors and immigrants. We now see it in Minneapolis in larger fold, and I believe we will continue to see it because Americans know who we want to be, even if we're not being them right now. Thank you so much for taking the time to be with us today.
Thank you so much, Pastor. I can't agree with you more. There ought to be a number of sacred places in this country. It doesn't matter what faith you are. If that's where you are, you go there and you shouldn't be harassed by anyone or any organization. Part of why we are here, as I said earlier, is to get testimony to fashion what we think should be remedies for the situation. We can abolish ICE. We can reform ICE. We can do whatever. But I think in what we've come to believe as the greatest democracy in the world, we ought to have some kind of objective standards that we run this country by. And they can't be moved based on the situation. Our courts is a potential remedy, but in some instances, the courts have ended up being a bigger problem. We think coming to this part of the country is significant for a lot of reasons. A lot of the earlier remedies that we've talked about came because of the civil rights movement that got its nurturing here in the South. And the remedies basically have worked for a long time. And in some of our opinions, nothing was broken. But when people fail to participate in our system of picking our leaders, the system can, as we see now, can easily become broken in the name of diversity, equity, and inclusion, getting rid of it. So what I'd like to start off with, and we'll have questions from members of the panel. I didn't think I would ever have to identify who I am because I was born here. But I've talked to a number of people who've had to do the same thing. But they look a little different. Because they look a little different, they've been asked about a passport. Some of them have told us we didn't need a passport because we were born here. What would we tell those 4 Sioux Indians in Minneapolis that was locked up for being immigrants? And they were Native American. They were born here. So sometimes we have to look at what we have. So I want to ask the same question to all 4 of our witnesses, starting with Mr. Odom. If you had a magic wand, what would you propose that we look at in correcting what you perceive as the immigration problem in this country today?
Wow. I'll go back to my testimony remarks, and I want to say that I really do believe that mass deportation and mass detention and deportation is the opposite side of a coin of mass incarceration. And so I don't believe that we can, and I think they're both expressly connected to the loophole in our 13th Amendment that allows for slavery as punishment for a crime. And so if we don't actually get to the heart of actually eliminating that exception, both around our states but also in our federal constitution, we will always have or be subject to an administration which will try to portray people as criminals in order to remove all their fundamental constitutional rights. So I would say really looking at that loophole, obviously the Constitution is very hard to change. We've tried to change this 13th Amendment loophole in the state of Louisiana. Many other states have tried to do it, but if I have a magic wand, I can be really, I can be really bold. That's what I would say. And that would also look at the fact that when we actually incarcerate and feel comfortable warehousing Louisiana citizens and American citizens without fundamental human and civil rights, it's much easier for us to do that to our immigrant brothers and sisters. And so eliminating that loophole and providing, you know, when we say we want to take something down, we want to deconstruct a system, we have to say what we want in its place. In the state of Louisiana and in the United States, we have an economy that is completely dependent on bodies of black and brown and others. Let's be very clear. When we go into a detention, we see people from all over the world. We see Russian and Ukrainian people fleeing violence. We see Sudanese people. We see it's not just black and brown people, it's all people. But our economy depends on that. And so we have to derive an economy that is based on the future of what this country will be. Other things that are derived not from forced labor and from incarceration, because that is what is driving this. This big nasty bill that's provided almost $1 billion of funding for these kinds of enforcement operations, most of that money will be used to erect warehouses, which will essentially stand as places that will be holding our immigrant brothers and sisters, and probably also American citizens as well, if they look not the right way for a period of time, all across our nation, erecting a new form of modern day slavery. So be very aware of that and be thinking of that as you continue to do your work.
Thank you. Congressman Kennedy wanted to make a comment.
Yeah, just a follow-up to that answer. First of all, thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Thanks to all of you. Powerful testimony. Two quick things. In the big ugly bill, they put $75 billion in for the extension of what ICE is doing right now.
Mm-hmm.
That is wrong. But to go back to your answer about fixing the loophole,
Mm-hmm.
and you said, you know, you've made attempts. What does that actually look like legislatively from a state level? Because while they may not be able to accomplish that goal here in Louisiana, they may be able to accomplish it, say, in the state of New York, where I reside, where you have a more understanding legislature to these very important immigration issues.
Yes, so there have been, I believe 7 or 8 states have eliminated this exception in their state constitutions. I'm happy to provide you with some information on that. Very happy to do that. The other thing my memory got jogged is that I understand that you're under incredible constraints with dealing with this new funding bill that's coming up. What I would ask is that in the same way that we're funding rogue individuals to do these invasions across our state, we should also, if that money is going to be allotted
could use more schools. So instead of using these buildings to cage people, that's what I would like to see. In addition to that, prohibiting these private companies from operating these jails, because that's what they are. They're jails. So for me, it's not about Band-Aids. It's about getting to the root of the problem. And I understand, yes, people want legal representation who are detained in these detention centers. People want the support with respect to filing habeas petitions. But to me, these are all Band-Aids. If you remove people from these cages, that's, to me, that's the root of the problem. And with respect to, immigration, I would say, providing a legal pathway for everybody to adjust their status. It's pure luck that my parents were able to adjust their status, and it's just pure luck that I was born in Queens, New York. People should not have to rely on just luck. We really need to have something that provides legal pathways for people and that does not criminalize migration and movement.
Yeah, I think you're saying the point is whatever we put together should be something we can all identify with, where we can all understand what the rules of engagements are, and basically treat people as human beings, not as objects or something foreign to this land. I made a statement earlier this morning that, people came to this great country from all over the world, and we welcome them to come to America. If you were oppressed, if you felt you could do better, then we wanted you to come. So now there's a group of people who want to close our borders and say, go back where you came from, do all these kind of crazy things. Even though I was born here, I've been told, go back where I came from. And so, that's what we're struggling with as members of Congress. And I'll put this for the other two witnesses. Why do we have a dual system of accountability in this country? Why can't we just have a system of laws where we treat everybody the same? So I'm gonna let Mr. Lopez do it first, then Reverend, we're gonna let you fix us up.
Thank you. As somebody with two young daughters, I am accustomed to working with magic wands, so I'll take my opportunity there as well. I want to work both on what Alana and Tanya both added here and start off by asking Congress to reassert its power. The Constitution delegates the power on immigration laws to Congress, not to the presidency, not to the president, not to the executive branch. And what we've seen, particularly in this administration, but what we've seen over the last few decades, is this erosion of power from Congress and this delegation of power from Congress to the presidency when it comes to immigration enforcement. Everything has been concentrated within the executive branch. When we talk about immigration courts, they're not an independent system. They work within the Department of Justice. And the president has been able to purge, has been firing immigration judges across the board, particularly those who had high grant rates, has been firing, yours truly included, people from the Board of Immigration Appeal who did not fit within his particular policy line. And so Congress has the authority and the ability to create an Article I immigration court system. Congress has the ability to build that out. Building on what Alana was talking about regarding immigration representation for immigrants in these proceedings, immigrants are not entitled to an attorney. You have the right to an attorney, but if you cannot afford one in immigration court, one will not be provided for you and you must represent yourself. Senator Gillibrand, so Congressman Kennedy from your state. She has introduced previously a bill, the Fairness to Freedom Act, to provide attorneys to immigrants when in immigration proceedings in order to create some kind of fairness in this process. And this goes to the issue that Ranking Member Thompson is getting to. Why do we have a dual system? Why do we have a system that we pretend is providing due process, that we give it the cloak of legality, of procedure, but then we strip people from it. We handicap them from being able to actually present their cases. We lock them up in the hellholes that are Gina and Basile and Pine Prairie, and we don't let them have an attorney. We remove them far away from their family and their support system. Mahmoud Khalil was brought from New York, and he wasn't taken to Elizabeth outside New York where there would have been protests every single day. He was brought to Gina, Louisiana, where thankfully we still had enough people who were able to come down and engage in protests, including y'all. Yeah. But what about the people who don't have the kind of notoriety or resources that Mr. Khalil did? The thousands of people that are locked away in these hellholes are not getting any kind of support. And I agree, we reinvest that money, right? I know politically we don't like to talk about abolishing. It doesn't look great. We can call it defunding, reinvestment, whatever term works better. Y'all can brand it. But this system, ICE, as a system, does not work. It is not reformable, and we cannot reform it.
Jump in on this. Two questions on that. First, coming from Rhode Island, we haven't seen the type of surge of ICE activity that you've had here and has happened in some other communities. But what does happen is, when someone is picked up by ICE in our part of the country, they are immediately sent down here or to Texas or somewhere else. We believe specifically so that it's difficult for their attorneys to find them and so I'm curious, for you all on the receiving end of that, it's helpful for us to have an understanding of what is currently the situation in terms of your ability to get in to see people quickly who have been detained. If you get a call from someone in Rhode Island saying, hey, I need help finding my client or whatever else, what is the situation on the ground now? And then second, on the reform piece, Mr. Lopez, that you just brought up and others have alluded to, we have this system now where we have immigration courts that are part of the executive branch, where, to your point, any administration can come in, fire all the judges, clear house, change the rules of the game midstream. There are bills in Congress to make immigration courts part of the judicial branch, just like most other courts. Not that the judicial system in our country is perfect either. However, having it be less politicized, more predictable, I think is something that is worth considering. And to the conversation of, well, if you believe that ICE is just culturally so rotted out that you can't continue it, what do you replace it with? Because you still need to have some ability to enforce court orders and that sort of thing. If you move it to the judicial branch, you have a U.S. Marshal system that, again, is not perfect, but is designed to enforce court orders as opposed to, picking people up for civil offenses. So, as a reform model, what would you say about just sort of moving the whole thing to the judicial branch?
Yeah. So for starters, on the people getting in to see folks or being able to respond, we get those emails, unfortunately, on a regular basis. Getting in to see people, if you physically go there, is not incredibly difficult. If you're an attorney and you have the credentials to let you in and whatnot, you can go see people. The difficulty is the remoteness of it, right? If I get a call from somebody in Rhode Island and they tell me that their client is detained in Richwood, it's going to take me 5 hours to get there just to go visit with them, to get a document signed, anything. The issue is the remoteness is not then, it's not easy to then address the remoteness. So you can do video conferencing, you can do some faxing and sending stuff over to clients. The video conferencing, though, if somebody calls me today and they have a client that they want me to see, if I'm trying to do it on video or if I'm trying to give them the information to do it on video, the earliest they're going to see somebody is probably mid next week. There's just an incredible delay. And so going in person is really what's required, and that remote aspect of it. The fact that the nearest one is the one that's in Angola and that's 2 hours away, and that's our nearest detention center from an area like New Orleans. And it's not just from New Orleans, right? From Dallas, from Houston, from Memphis. They're in a geographical radius. It is a 4 to 5 hour drive from any of those locations in order to get to the facilities. So it's incredibly difficult to find folks. Generally, what we do is we provide them with information as to how to set up the video conferencing, and then also providing them with information as to where the locations are, how basically the logistics of how to manage an issue down here. The other aspect about moving it to the judicial branch, I think from the judicial discussion of it, the immigration court system itself, yes, I think the judiciary has its own problems, but is more responsive, tends to be more responsive, tends to set the rules a little bit more. It's a longer game, it's more of a condition, and it's more independent. It's not subject to political whims overnight between January 20th and mid-March of last year. The immigration court system had been gutted by this administration.
More predictable, more,
Yeah. And so I do agree that there's a way of fixing that. There's, regarding the enforcement side, the way ICE was built up, which was just 23 years ago, right? Let's remember, ICE has not been around forever. It hasn't been part of all of our lives. It has only existed for 23 years. And the way it's been built up and then in its implementation has been severely bastardized as a way of attacking and targeting Black and brown people in the country that is the problem. From its root, from what it is and from what its purpose is, ICE was problematic. And we can shift that, right? We had INS, there were problems with INS in the past, but they weren't the same problems we have now. And they weren't weaponized the same way they've been weaponized now. So y'all taking oversight, y'all pulling it back, reasserting your power is the way to be able to put brakes on an unchecked executive.
And if I could just make just a statement about your first question. So the ACLU has a nationwide network of affiliates. So, for example, when Mr. Khalil's case happened, we also had another case that happened simultaneously with Ramesa Ozturk. We partnered with ACLU affiliates in all of our various states, our National Immigrants' Rights Project, rather, and our attorneys here who actually, are on the ground and go to detention centers monthly. But we also are standing up a habeas project and have actually been fielding requests for habeas as Eola has, as National Immigration Project has, from all over the country, and have been providing technical assistance and support to attorneys all over the country, and have actually been on the ground to actually go and visit with folks. And so we're building up our capacity to be able to kind of deal with the sheer volume of what's been happening, and we have been quite successful at doing so.
Could I add? One issue with respect to access is out there, we want to be out there for as long as we can to provide that information. You know, if we're only at Wynn Correctional for one day for 8 hours, we're lucky if we see 60, 70 people. It's impossible. And in addition to that, the legal orientation programming, which is separate from the legal rights presentations, that funding has also been cut. So now there just isn't any legal orientation for people in detention.
Reverend?
Thanks for having us. I really appreciate the legal conversation, which is above my pay grade. But I do want to say that things have a spirit, and you can see it change in a hurry, as we've seen in our country. But if you were here right after Katrina, there was a very chaotic, dangerous situation, and then one man showed up, and his name was General Honore, and he said, "Put your weapons down," talking to law enforcement. That changed everything. What he was saying is people were operating with a spirit of suspicion, like everybody's guilty, so I just have my gun pointing at everybody. And now I think Americans feel like, do I have to carry my passport with me? Because especially if I'm not a white man, you know, I'm suspect in this country. And that, I think, is really taking a strong root again very quickly. And I also believe that a lot of Americans and most Americans don't want that. That even the law, right, has a spirit, innocent until proven guilty. There's an attempt to have a spirit to it. And I would just call us, even for myself, anger can be helpful when it points you in the right direction, but you can become just as demonizing. And as we know that darkness cannot drive out darkness, only the light can. And we need a lot of light of truth, but we also need a lot of spirit in the way we do things, so that we're calling ourselves, as I have seen in our city, to be the kind of country with the kind of spirit we want to have. I think we've taken a big hit in these past 12 months again.
Thank you so much. I yield to the gentleman from Louisiana.
Thank you all for being here. Thank you for your patience and your willingness to be a part of this discussion. You know, it's difficult, whether you've been on the front lines.
Ms. Odom, like many Americans, I'm horrified by the Trump administration's dangerous, violent, and now deadly immigration enforcement activities. No one is safe from these violent activities. It seems like every day we see news stories about federal immigration agents assaulting people, citizens and non-citizens alike. Can you describe how these tactics are threatening everyone's civil rights and civil liberties? What does this mean for the people of New Orleans? And as members of Congress, what can we do to further demonstrate, as we're doing today, but also in action back in Washington, to help you in the fight that you struggle with every single day?
Thank you so much for that question. So I think what we've talked about throughout the course of all of our various testimonies today is a gross disregard for fundamental First Amendment rights, fundamental Fourth Amendment rights, so our free speech, our right to assemble, our right to protest, our right to resist and stand up against the actions of ICE and Border Patrol. The Fourth Amendment obviously would be our right to be free from unreasonable searches and seizures. And that is something that we see so vividly in the state of Louisiana, but also in all of the occupied cities, because I think what's been most shocking, I think, to most Americans is the number of Americans who've had their fundamental Fourth and First Amendment rights violated. The dynamic that I spoke about of having to prove your citizenship and having to demonstrate your right to stand and be on American soil without state violence and state intervention is a fundamental flip of the actual burden of what our Constitution provides. It has taken it and flipped it on its head. We should not have the burden of proving to state and federal agents our right to stand and be in any place, either public or private, or have to actually prove our citizenship. That's a big problem.
Along that exact same line, we had Secretary Noem before our committee just a few weeks ago. I asked a very basic question. I asked, what does a migrant look like? What does an immigrant look like? I asked them, I said, you pay $50,000 for bonuses for ill-trained ICE agents who usually have 5 to 6 months of training. It's now been reduced to 47 days. I asked them the question, when you give them this $50,000 bonus and you send them on the task, what do you tell them to look for? What does an immigrant look like? What does an immigrant sound like? What do they walk like? Where do they hang out? Crickets. No one can answer the question, which goes back to your point. You're unilaterally stopping people and violating their rights.
That's right.
Just because.
So I've heard that Justice Kavanaugh has quite a bit of consternation because these stops are now called Kavanaugh stops. And the reason he has that consternation, and rightfully should, is because I don't care what law school you go to, whether it's ABA accredited or not, and frankly, every American and person in this country understands this, that you have a fundamental right as a person to stand in a place and to not be accosted by agents, either state or federal, if you have not been suspected of being committed a crime or there's no reasonable suspicion that you have. He knows that. For him to author an opinion that would suggest that a person who speaks Spanish, a person that is in proximity to a location like a Home Depot or a Lowe's, or a person who looks as if they are of international descent, agents should have the right to stop those persons. It's laughable because it is a violation fundamentally of everything that we've ever been taught as attorneys, and it is actually criminal, frankly. It's a criminal, and so he's very he should be concerned because we all know that these Kavanaugh stops are completely unlawful, and that that we've never been taught that. And I think that's the problem with what we're dealing with, and I really feel for you all being in this position. How do you counter lawlessness? We're trying to use the law to counter lawlessness. We're trying to fashion a legal remedy for things that are illegal. And that is very difficult. And I think we have to push the bounds of how we address it. And I think we can't just use the same tactics that we use when we're dealing with lawful conduct. Korematsu, when we started rounding up all Japanese Americans and putting them in internment camps, that is this. That is this. Unfortunately, we don't have a court that is as favorable to us at this time, but we have to recognize when we say this is not American, unfortunately, there is an underbelly of America. There is a shadow side. We all have them. This country has it too, but we are in that moment again. Let's study Korematsu. Let's study our history so that we can actually learn what we need to do to get out of it.
History has a very ugly way of repeating itself.
It rhymes. This rhymes a lot with Korematsu. And building out these warehouses and detention centers to lock up people who look like pretty much everyone here is the vestige of that.
Thank you. Time winds down real quickly. Mr. Lopez, in your testimony, you told us a story of Lerner, a young man brought to America as a child who's been locked in an ICE facility for months, despite being granted deferred action status in 2022. Can you tell us how being locked in this detention center has impacted Lerner's well-being? What does a typical day look for Lerner in that ICE facility?
Yeah, again, horrible that he can't be here to tell his own story about what's happening, but the way he speaks, fortunately, and this is one of the things that always continues to give me hope, is that every time that I speak with a client, every time I meet with somebody in detention, they still have hope. They're so happy. They want to talk to you. They want to explain what's going on and what their hopes are and what they want to do in the future. So Renner is very energetic. He's very happy. He still wants to move forward. And he's willing to fight his case all the way through, which is an incredible testament to him and his soul and his way of being and in his own way of moving forward. But in the detention center, he has to deal by whatever they tell him. Whenever they let him out, he gets to go out. He gets to go out approximately 3 to 4 hours a day to be outside. If he wants to go to the law library, he has to make a request, which has to be approved, and then he gets to go for, I believe it's 2 hours a day max, that they allow him to go to the law library. If he wants to speak with his parents or his mother in particular or any other support system, he has to set up a system, on a very horribly named app called Getting Out, as though they're trying to make fun of the system that you're locked in the moment. And the family has to pay in order for him to have money on his commissary to speak with them and be able to talk to them and see them on a regular basis. If his family wants to go visit him, they have to drive from New Orleans 4 hours to Gina and 4 hours back. Only available on Saturdays and Sundays for family members, so it has to be on a weekend during very particular set hours. His ability to remain resilient and hopeful in those circumstances is astounding to me, and is the reason that we continue to do this work and continue to fight on his behalf.
Chairman, my time has elapsed. I yield.
Thank you very much. Witnesses have been fine. We're going to allow Mr. Magazine and Mr. Kennedy to close out.
Well, I already got to ask my question, so instead of using the full 5 minutes, I want to thank each of you for putting your talent and your energy forward in the cause of justice. You are doing incredible work, and I'm so grateful to all of you for what you're doing. And I'd like to close my time by addressing the students who are here. I hope what you've seen today is that although our country faces many challenges and incredible tragedies that continue to play out every day, you do have the power to make a difference and to be warriors for justice. We've got incredible panelists here who are not only fighting hard, but succeeding in many cases, succeeding in getting people released who have been wrongfully detained, succeeding in calling attention to injustice and forcing change. And I have a lot of confidence that under Chairman Thompson and Congressman Carter's leadership, when we are back in the majority in Congress, when Democrats are back in the majority in November, we will drive fundamental changes to the system that will make it fairer and more just. So, as our former leader in the House Democratic Caucus, Speaker Pelosi, likes to say, know your power. And I just say to all the young people who are here today, know your power. You do have the power to make change. Just this morning, as we've been sitting here up in Minneapolis, you saw the Republican candidate for Minnesota for governor drop out of the race and say he's leaving the party because he can't, in his conscience, support what is happening to his state in Minnesota. You see people starting to speak out, exercising their right to peaceful protest, and making a difference, making a difference nationally. And so it's messy, it's not always easy, but I hope you're as inspired by these experts and these witnesses in front of us today as I am. And it's just a real honor to be in this fight with all of you. So thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Let me also just extend my gratitude again to this distinguished panel. Your leadership is profound, and your testimony was inspiring and insightful. Just this past week, each member of this panel and our colleagues in the Democratic Caucus voted against DHS funding that would extend and expand the illegal actions of this out-of-control federal agency under this administration. The first organization to come out against that nationwide was ACLU. And there was momentum that built against it for all of the right reasons. We stand with you. We stand with the people of New Orleans. We stand with the people of Louisiana. We stand with the people of America that no better days are expected and demanded by our government. And we are fighting the good fight in Washington, D.C. And I'll also extend my gratitude once again to Chairman Thompson for organizing this panel and this hearing, for our extraordinary colleague, Representative Carter, for his gracious and influential welcoming here to New Orleans, but also his profound leadership in Washington as well. Again, my colleague, Congressman Magaziner from the Northeast, like me, we got to go back home to about 2 feet of snow. But I also want to extend this to the students. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your attentiveness. And just know that our government, your government, is responsive to you. So it's what you make of it. So each and every one of you, get involved, volunteer, organize, mobilize, and demand what you expect out of your government leaders. And thanks for being here. Thanks for welcoming us.
Yeah. And let me join my colleagues in thanking our witnesses. We could do a research paper on this issue. We could ask scholars to go out and come back with something. But part of what we need to do is talk to good people who do this every day. And you have fashioned in your own way, because you do it every day, solutions that we can take back. We will have other hearings. These are what you call field hearings. I wish my Republican colleagues would come, but they won't come. But that won't deter the Democrats in Congress from coming, and we will. The other thing is, we're also the sum total of our experiences as people. Part of the way that we act the way we do is how we were either brought up or there was something we did along the way that the light came on. And so that's why we do what we do, to try to make a difference. ICE's rogue activities at this point is an embarrassment to this whole experiment called democracy. We are, and as someone said, a better country than this, but democracy requires management. If we don't manage this great democracy, it will gradually erode into something that we really will not be proud of. To that extent, I want to compliment the students who are here. My granddaughter is a graduate of Xavier University. Yeah. and she spent 4 years here. I didn't know what to expect. She just didn't want to go to college around home. So I searched high and low, and I see somebody else got to Xavier the same way my granddaughter did. You didn't want to go to school at home either, but you couldn't have chosen a better school. For 4 years, Xavier raised my granddaughter, and I'm so proud of her. I can say this, I'm pawpaw. You understand? And that's a term of endearment, because now she's charting her wings. So I want you to encourage her. You got a great teacher. He came to Congress already prepared, and we love him. My other colleagues likewise are here. So we're here to make a difference. If we can spend billions of dollars incarcerating people, can you imagine if we spent those same dollars educating and making life better for people? I mean, everybody would want to come to this country, and they should, for all the right reasons. So thank you all so much. I'll have my colleague, Congressman Carter, to close us out.
I don't think I could have said it any better. The chairman was factual, eloquent, and powerful. This panel has graced us with your knowledge, your hard work, your commitment. We cannot say thank you enough. To all of the advocates who couldn't be here today, many of which will go unnamed. Many don't have a title, but they work every day. To those who have been violated, to their families who've had to endure watching their loved ones murdered, their rights taken away, stripped away from them. We're here for you. You're not alone. To our young students in the audience, I'm so proud of my Xavier University, my alma mater, and my incredible class of students who really demonstrate how
could happen in Florida because of the lack of leadership that we have with Ron DeSantis and his ambitions. All of it is a perfect storm.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And especially given South Florida has huge immigrant communities. So Minnesota style chaos here would be deadly. It would be awful. Okay, let's see here. Kate Payne, the campaign to get recreational marijuana back on the ballot is facing a key qualifying deadline on February 1st and is still about 100,000 signatures short to move forward. The campaign has alleged that state officials have improperly blocked the process at multiple turns, illegally undermining voters. What does all of this say about the viability of citizens' initiatives following the news restrictions passed last year? Thank you for that question. And in my opening comments, I mentioned that I don't know how voters can even trust Governor DeSantis and anything that he would say about property taxes, the way that he illegally used funds to try to manipulate the outcome on the ballot for the initiatives for Amendment 3 and Amendment 4 last election cycle in 2024. And we've come to learn more about what happened with the Hope Florida scandal and how those dollars that should have been returned to taxpayers were used for illegal political purposes by the governor and the chief legal officer of the state, now the chief legal officer of the state, Attorney General Wymer. So that type of swamp-like behavior is absolutely the thing that people hate about politics. And it just is so awful because the top of any organization, the leadership at the top sets the tone. And there's just been so much corruption with the DeSantis administration. So, I have not seen all of the evidence, but I suppose what I would say is based on past behavior and understanding how that can sometimes be a predictor and indicator of future behavior, it would not surprise me if the governor's office and other agencies might be interfering with what's happening with this new initiative to try to get these signatures for adult use of marijuana. And by the way, I think it's important to remember that over 50% of Floridians voted in favor of Amendment 3 in 2024. And had we been in any other state, it would have passed. So, I hope that the folks who are leading that citizens initiative keep on going, because this clearly is something that the people want.
And I would just add, Leader, that this narrative of rampant election fraud is also contributing to voter insecurity about signing petitions, about voting by mail. And that is all driven by the leadership at the top of the state with our DOJ office and the Department of State and the governor's office, all parroting this same narrative that elections can't be trusted.
Thank you. So from Mike, Schools of Hope rulemaking happening today. What have you heard about the interest of charter schools coming in? How much interest do you anticipate from charter schools? So thank you for that question. Just to level set, Schools of Hope create basically an unfunded mandate for our
and he has remained in constant contact with FEMA and emergency responders. President Trump also quickly approved 12 federal emergency disaster declarations within 24 hours for the states of Arkansas, Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, Louisiana, Maryland, Mississippi, North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, Virginia, and West Virginia, enabling these states to access critical federal resources to supplement their response efforts if needed. These declarations will help state-led efforts of turning power back on, clearing roads for emergency services, and keeping communities safe. The White House will continue to correspond directly with governors and local officials in the coming days, especially in those states that were harshly impacted by this storm. I would also like to address the chaotic scenes in Minnesota over the weekend. Nobody in the White House, including President Trump, wants to see people getting hurt or killed in America's streets. This includes Renee Good, Alex Preddy, the brave men and women of federal law enforcement, and the many Americans who have been victimized at the hands of illegal alien criminals. Saturday's shooting remains under active investigation by Homeland Security Investigations and the FBI. The Customs and Border Protection is also conducting their own internal review. As President Trump said yesterday, the administration is reviewing everything with respect to the shooting, and we will let that investigation play out. But let's be clear about the circumstances which led to that moment on Saturday. This tragedy occurred as a result of a deliberate and hostile resistance by Democrat leaders in Minnesota. For weeks, Governor Walz and the Mayor Jacob Frey and other elected Democrats were spreading lies about federal law enforcement officers who are risking their lives daily to remove the worst criminal illegal aliens from our streets: murderers, rapists, pedophiles, human traffickers, and gang members. Governor Walz and Mayor Frey have shamefully blocked local and state police from cooperating with ICE, actively inhibiting efforts to arrest violent criminals. They have also used their platforms to encourage left-wing agitators to stalk, record, confront, and obstruct federal officers who were just trying to lawfully perform their duties, which has created dangerous situations threatening both these officers and the general public and Minnesotans alike. This is precisely what unfolded in Minneapolis on Saturday morning. Obstructing federal law enforcement and inciting violence against officers is wrong and illegal. This used to be a universally accepted position in the United States. Amid the hysteria, we must remember how we got here to this moment today and what this Democrat opposition is about. Former President Joe Biden and the Democrats opened America's borders for 4 years, inviting tens of millions of illegal aliens from all over the world to flood into our country. Among them, violent criminals who terrorized American communities and have inflicted devastating, permanent pain and harm on law-abiding Americans and their families. Yet we never saw outrage from Democrats or their allies in the liberal media over these horrifying crimes against U.S. citizens. The pain of American angel families was ignored and dismissed because it undermined the Democrat narrative. Innocent Americans like Jocelyn Nungray, Laken Riley, and Rachel Morin are just a few of the many victims savagely murdered by illegal alien criminals. Earlier this month, an illegal alien from Mexico with a long criminal history who came into our country under Joe Biden's administration threw a baseball-sized stone at a school bus carrying children in New Jersey and fractured the skull of an 8-year-old innocent child. President Trump promised accountability to these American families by securing the border, deporting every illegal alien who has committed crimes, especially and most importantly, violent crimes. Nearly 80 million Americans voted for him to deliver on that very promise, and he is. As the duly elected president, the president is fulfilling the will of the people by arresting and removing these threats from our country in cities from Los Angeles to New York and, yes, Minneapolis. Yet Democrat leaders in Minnesota with sanctuary city policies have actively defied federal immigration law and the will of the people. And as a result of that defiance, 2 Minnesotans have now tragically lost their lives on the streets of Tim Walz's state. It is President Trump's hope and wish and demand for the resistance and chaos to end today. That's why President Trump spoke with Governor Walz directly this morning, and he has outlined a clear and simple path to restoring law and order in Minnesota. Number 1, Governor Walz, Mayor Frey, and all Democrat leaders should turn over all criminal illegal aliens currently incarcerated in their prisons and jails to federal authorities, along with any illegal aliens with active warrants or known criminal histories for immediate deportation. Number 2, state and local law enforcement must agree to turn over all illegal aliens who are arrested by local police. And then thirdly, local police must assist federal law enforcement in apprehending and detaining illegal aliens who are wanted for crimes, especially violent crimes. If Governor Walz and Mayor Frey implement these common sense cooperative measures that I will add have already been implemented in nearly every single other state across the country, Customs and Border Patrol will not be needed to support ICE on the ground in Minnesota. ICE and local law enforcement can peacefully work together, as they are effectively doing in so many other states and jurisdictions. Additionally, President Trump is calling on the United States Congress to immediately pass legislation ending sanctuary cities once and for all. American cities should be safe sanctuaries for law-abiding citizens only, not for dangerous illegal alien criminals who broke our nation's laws and do not belong here. We hope Governor Walz will do the right thing and continue to work with President Trump to keep the American people safe following their call this morning. Americans overwhelmingly want exactly what President Trump is delivering: strong borders and strict immigration enforcement against the worst illegal aliens, of which there are still hundreds of thousands to deport from the interior of our country. The most peaceful way to carry out this vital public safety mission is for Republicans and Democrats to do it together, and for state and local law enforcement to work together with federal law enforcement. We want to let cops be cops. You wouldn't know this continues to be a very popular policy position from the biased media coverage over the course of the last few days, but polling shows huge support for this exact thing President Trump is calling for. More than 80% of Americans favor deporting illegal aliens convicted of violent crimes. A country unable to deport criminals who enter it illegally is no country at all. The open borders agenda of Kamala Harris, Tim Walz, and the Democrats was already on the ballot on November 5th, 2024, and it was resoundingly rejected. President Trump will never back down from his promise to deport violent criminal illegal aliens and make America safe again, and he welcomes all cooperation in that effort. With that, I will answer your questions. And Jordan Conradson, why don't you kick us off today? Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Caroline. Jordan Conradson from Gateway Pundit. I have a few questions. First, with respect to the shooting in Minneapolis, we're seeing massive outrage from mainstream media and the left, but I'm just wondering, where was that outrage when Ashley Babbitt, an Air Force veteran, was executed by Capitol Police Officer Michael Byrd, who she posed no threat to in the U.S. Capitol?
Well, you raise a very important point, which I also believed I just raised as well in those opening remarks, in that there has no doubt been selective outrage by the liberal biased media in picking and choosing victims and highlighting their stories. And as I've said, President Trump does not want any Americans to lose their lives in the streets of America and in American communities across the country. He believes what happened on Saturday is a tragedy, but every life is equal to President Trump, and that's why the lives of Laken Riley and Jocelyn Nungray continue to matter to him and be an utmost priority to him to this very day. And it's unfortunate that we did not see the same type of sensationalist media coverage over the tragic deaths of those innocent American women and girls across the country as we are in the wake of this tragedy that took place on Saturday. Gabe. Sure, go ahead, Jordan.
I want to get your response to this. The Arizona Attorney General, just days before this shooting in Minneapolis, she seemingly encouraged rioters to go out and shoot and kill ICE agents. And I'll quote her here. She said, "If you reasonably believe your life's in danger and you're in the house or in your car or on your property, you can defend yourself with lethal force." And she said that you can't tell if ICE agents are law enforcement or imposters, and it becomes an issue of whether you reasonably believed they were law enforcement. Do you have a response to that, and does the White House believe that she should be held accountable for
Well,
these remarks?
such dangerous rhetoric, as I pointed out, is exactly what has brought us to this position today, where you have elected Democrat officials across the country who are encouraging left-wing agitators and crazy people to go out and unlawfully obstruct lawful immigration enforcement. Again, these brave men and women of ICE and Border Patrol and the federal enforcement are just trying to do their jobs to enforce our nation's immigration laws and to go after the worst of the worst in this country. I would encourage everyone in this room, and I would encourage the Arizona Attorney General to look at the video of an ICE agent in Minneapolis. He was approached by left-wing agitators who were honking their horns and were screaming slurs at him, and he rolled down his window and he said, "What are you doing? I am out here trying to catch a child predator, somebody who has convicted crimes against an innocent child, and you are trying to obstruct me from doing my job." This rhetoric against ICE, comparing them to Nazi Gestapo, Donald Trump's police force, is despicable, it is shameful, and it is precisely what has led to the escalation of tensions in Minneapolis and in other places across the country. Gabe, go ahead.
Be looking into her for justifying violence?
I would defer you
actively?
to the Department of Justice on that.
Thank you, Caroline.
Gabe.
Regarding Minnesota, on Saturday, the Department of Homeland Security posted that Preddy looks like he wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement. Stephen Miller on Saturday posted that, or called Preddy a would-be assassin. Why did administration officials jump to conclusions before an investigation had even been conducted?
Well, look, this has obviously been a very fluid and fast-moving situation throughout the weekend. As for President Trump, whom I speak for, he has said that he wants to let the investigation continue and let the facts lead in this case.
With regards to the deployment of Tom Homan to Minneapolis, should the deployment of Mr. Homan to Minneapolis be seen as a sign that the president is dissatisfied with how the officials on the ground had handled the incident?
No, Mr. Homan is doing an exceptional job, and he has been working with Secretary Noem and President Trump over the course of the last year. Secretary Noem still has the utmost confidence and trust of the President of the United States, and she's continuing to oversee the entire Department of Homeland Security and all of the immigration enforcement that's taking place across the whole entire country. Of course, Secretary Noem is also in charge of FEMA, and we are in the wake of a brutal winter storm where hundreds of thousands of Americans have been impacted by that. So borders are home Homan is in a unique position to drop everything and go to Minnesota to continue having these productive conversations with state and local officials. And I know that he's catching a plane in just a few hours to do just that at the request of the president. Jennifer.
On Saturday's shooting, has the president been briefed, and have you been briefed on specific details of the shooting? How many shots were fired? How many guns discharged? And I mean, did the protesters' gun go off, or only the officers' guns? Do you have any of those details?
Again, the investigation is continuing, Jennifer, and we will let the facts lead and we will let the facts play out. In this investigation, I do know that HSI and FBI are conducting interviews with those that were involved and the agents who were involved in this unfortunate tragedy on Saturday.
Are they keeping the president up to date on all those details?
The president is obviously very much on the ball with respect to this investigation. I think he's made that quite clear with the various statements that you've seen him put out, and also the 4 points that the president has outlined as well to Governor Walz, and to encourage him to cooperate with ICE and with the administration. Mary.
Thanks, Caroline. To follow on Gabe's question, Secretary Noem said Alex Preddy committed an act of domestic terrorism. Stephen Miller labeled Preddy a domestic terrorist. Does the president agree with them?
Look, as I've said, I have not heard the president characterize Mr. Preddy in that way. However, I have heard the president say he wants to let the facts and the investigation lead itself.
Was he alarmed to hear his top officials referring to him in that way, rushing to that judgment?
Danny, go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. On Stephen Miller's comments, will Stephen Miller be apologising to the family of Alex Preddy for calling him, quotes, an assassin who tried to murder federal agents, despite the fact that, as you say, this is still under investigation?
Look, again, this incident remains under investigation, and nobody here at the White House, including the President of the United States, wants to see Americans hurt or killed and losing their lives in American streets. And we mourn for the parents. As a mother myself, of course, I cannot imagine the loss of life, especially losing one's child. And that same empathy from the President goes for the parents of angel families, parents of victims of illegal alien crime across our country as well. And that's exactly why the President continues to be wholeheartedly committed to deporting the worst of the worst criminals from our country. Why don't we go to the back? Kelly.
Caroline, does the president believe that the killing, though, was a mistake? Has he expressed that at all?
Again, the president has said, we have to review it, and this investigation needs to continue, and he's letting the facts on the investigation lead itself.
Does he want the body camera footage to be released to the public? Now,
that's not something I've heard the president commit to, so I won't do that from the podium. Sure.
Caroline, how serious is the administration taking allegations that local and state officials in Minnesota are actively coordinating with demonstrators through encrypted or non-encrypted communications, as well as providing government resources to impede immigration enforcement operations?
I'm sorry, Carrie, could you repeat your question?
How serious is the administration taking allegations that local and state Minnesota officials are communicating with demonstrators to basically impede immigration officials?
Well, we've definitely seen active organization amongst these left-wing groups, Carrie, and it is something that I know the FBI and the Department of Justice are looking into. Again, it is illegal to unlawfully obstruct lawful immigration enforcement in this country, and these agitators are making it nearly impossible for ICE to do their jobs and for federal law enforcement to carry out the will of the American people to deport the worst of the worst. I would just encourage everyone to please imagine in this room, all of you come to the White House every day to report on the President of the United States and the administration. You come into this briefing room, you walk through the gates of the White House. Just imagine if there were left-wing agitators or agitators of any kind who were in your face, who were doxing you, who were harassing you, who were physically threatening you, who were biting off your fingers in the case of 2 Border Patrol agents we saw this past weekend in Minneapolis. That would make it very difficult for you to show up and do your job here at the White House every single day. That's what these officers in Minneapolis are facing. That's why the president is calling on Governor Walz and Mayor Frey for these 3 very simple and common sense points of cooperation so that ICE and local law enforcement can work together. Again, we are just asking for police to be police. And if you ask any law enforcement agent or official, they want to be able to work with their federal counterparts at the state and local level and vice versa.
Caroline. Thanks a lot, Caroline. 2 questions. One is looking forward. The role of Mr. Homan. Is he being sent by the president to diffuse the situation that exists right now on the ground? Is he the point person essentially for the White House in terms of trying to tamp down the tensions that exist right now in Minnesota?
Well, Mr. Homan is the point person for cooperating with state and local authorities and corresponding with them, again, to achieve this level of cooperation to subdue the chaos on the streets of Minneapolis. And I would just point out that Mr. Homan is someone who has been lauded for many, many decades for his experience working in law enforcement. In fact, this is a Washington Post headline from 9 years ago, 2016. Meet the man the White House has honored for deporting illegal immigrants. And I would remind everyone in this room that it was former President Barack Hussein Obama who awarded a medal to Mr. Homan. So he's obviously very qualified. He has the full trust and faith of the president. He will continue to have these meetings in the hopes that ICE and local law enforcement can cooperate and work together to have successful immigration enforcement, as we've seen in almost every other state across the country.
And secondly, Caroline, can you talk a little bit about tomorrow's trip by the president to Iowa, what the purpose of that trip is, what the goals of that trip are?
Sure, yes. Tomorrow, President Trump will be traveling to Des Moines, Iowa. He will be making a local visit at a local business, and then he will be giving a speech on affordability and on the economy. And I know he very much looks forward to being there, to meeting with the great people of Iowa, but also lawmakers as well. Jake.
Caroline, a couple quick questions. First, does the president remain fully confident in Kristi Noem's ability to lead the DHS?
Yes.
And then just secondly, just on that Wall Street Journal reporting that we saw yesterday, the president said at some point that the immigration enforcement officers would leave Minneapolis. Did the Saturday killing of Alex Pretty expedite that withdrawal at all?
To your first question, the answer is yes. He still has confidence and trust in Secretary Noem. To the second question, I would point you back to what I said earlier. If Governor Walz and Mayor Frey implement these common sense cooperative measures, CBP will no longer be needed to support ICE on the ground in Minnesota. ICE and local law enforcement will peacefully work together, as they are effectively doing in so many other states and jurisdictions, to remove violent criminals from American neighborhoods across the country.
Did Walz ask the president to remove the immigration enforcement officers?
He asked the president to scale down, and the president reiterated what the president put out in his statement yesterday and what I'm sharing with all of you as well. I would just add on this level of cooperation a few statistics that I think are very important. 7 of the top 10 safest cities in the United States cooperate with ICE. And we've seen historic turnaround in safety in cities that have chosen to cooperate with ICE, that are not just led by Republicans, but also look right here in Washington, D.C. We had a great level of cooperation with Mayor Bowser and the local government, and we have been able to remove thousands of illegal aliens from the District of Columbia, where you all live, so you can thank President Trump for that. The murder rate in Washington, D.C. has plummeted as a result. There were no riots, there were no protests, nobody was tragically killed as a result of that level of cooperation between federal and local authorities. And again, that's all the president is asking for in Minnesota. It's totally common sense. Jared, go ahead.
Thank you. Caroline, in this process, you continue to describe the situation in Minneapolis as chaos. Was there any mistake made by Secretary Noem that led the president to send Mr. Homan there?
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question. Did Secretary Noem make a mistake which led to...
If she made any mistake that could lead the president to send Mr. Homan to Minneapolis?
No, as I already mentioned, Mr. Homan has been working alongside Secretary Noem and for the president over the course of the last year. And again, he's uniquely positioned to hop on a flight to Minnesota today to continue this correspondence with state and local authorities, and that's what he's going to be doing. Fran.
Caroline, is it the White House's position that Americans have the right to show up to these ICE operations and film, document, or protest the law enforcement actions?
All Americans have a First Amendment constitutional right, of course. But Americans do not have a constitutional right to impede and obstruct lawful immigration enforcement operations. That is actually a crime, and it's something that we've seen taking place in the streets of Minneapolis, which again is leading to these dangerous circumstances that these federal law enforcement officers have been forced to work within.
Back to the call with Governor Walz this morning, the president described it as respectful. He said we seem to be on a similar wavelength, but you had strong criticism for the governor and the Minneapolis mayor, Jacob Frey, just now. So could you explain the difference in tone between what the president had said in his True Social post and I think some of the criticisms that you just levied from the podium?
Fran, I think think the criticisms that I laid out, I'm painting the picture for all of you in this room, are what led to the moment that we are in today, where Governor Walz and President Trump are having a conversation, a constructive and productive conversation to end the chaos and the lawlessness that has taken place in Governor Walz's state. Chris, Elena.
Thank you. I had a question. With Homan now going to Minnesota, is Gregory Bovino also going to remain in Minnesota overseeing these ICE operations?
Mr. Bovino is a wonderful man, and he's a great professional. He is going to very much continue to lead Customs and Border Patrol throughout and across the country. Mr. Homan will be the main point of contact on the ground in Minneapolis.
And to follow up, given what we've heard from several Trump administration officials, people like Stephen Miller, as people point out, calling him a domestic terrorist, Bovino saying that Preddy was out to massacre law enforcement, why not require ICE agents to wear body cameras to clear up some of the disputes that we are hearing from witnesses and video footage versus what the administration has been saying?
Well, that's a policy question that I know the policy folks in the building are having with members on Capitol Hill, and I'll leave it to them and the president to make that decision.
And I just my final question is on, you were talking about the level of cooperation that the president talked about with Governor Walz. Will the administration commit to cooperating with local officials on this investigation into Alex Preddy?
The president spoke about this with Governor Walz and said he would have a discussion about it. He did not make a commitment, and so therefore I won't make that commitment here. I would just remind all of you in the media, because I've seen a lack of reporting on this fact, there are investigations into what took place on Saturday. The Homeland Security investigations and the FBI have teamed up for an investigation, and there's also an internal CBP investigation, an internal review of what is happening on the ground in Minnesota. The president supports those investigations, and as I've said repeatedly, he wants to see them move forward. Phil.
FBI Director Kash Patel said in a Sunday interview, quote, "You cannot bring a firearm loaded with multiple magazines to any sort of protest." Does the president believe the Second Amendment rights remain in effect even when protesting?
The president supports the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding American citizens. Absolutely. There has been no greater supporter or defender of the right to bear arms than President Donald J. Trump. So while Americans have a constitutional right to bear arms, Americans do not have a constitutional right to impede lawful immigration enforcement operations. And any gun owner knows that when you are carrying a weapon, when you are bearing arms, and you are confronted by law enforcement, you are raising the assumption of risk and the risk of force being used against you. And again, that's unfortunately what took place on Saturday.
Will his mission continue to be focusing on illegal immigrants with a criminal history, or will it be on illegal immigration generally?
Mr. Homan will continue to enforce our nation's immigration laws, especially deporting the worst of the worst criminals in Minnesota who have committed violent offenses. And I would just remind all of you that this important work is continuing to be carried out. In just the last few days, I'm happy to provide this packet to anyone in the room. ICE has arrested multiple violent criminals, illegal aliens within Minnesota. Many of them have convictions for assault, driving under the influence, fraud. This individual here I'm looking at was an aggravated felon with multiple convictions for larceny, fraud, and forgery of checks, vehicle theft, drug possession, domestic assault, inflicting bodily harm on another, criminal convictions of larceny, identity theft, again, charged with driving under the influence. These are extremely dangerous people who Governor Walz and Mayor Frey have allowed to roam on their streets, and all the president is asking for is cooperation to arrest individuals like this and deport them from the United States of America. I'll take a couple more. Go ahead.
Okay. So this weekend the president posted that this is a cover-up of the fraud in the state of Minnesota. He also posted Minnesota is a cover-up. These both happened after the shooting. So given that these came after the shooting, what is the this here? What is the cover-up he's alleging?
Yes, it's a good question. I've spoken with the president about this at length. What the president is referring to is the fact that you have Governor Walz and, again, the mayor, who have been encouraging these left-wing agitators to come out and to harass and to dox and to threaten ICE and to make this conversation about and smear lies about federal law enforcement who, again, are just trying to do their jobs in an attempt to distract from the widespread, massive fraud that has taken place in their state. Billions and billions of dollars has been stolen from law-abiding taxpayers in Minnesota, and the administration continues to be very focused on getting to the bottom of it, and especially, and the president raised a good question over the weekend with respect to Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, who now has a net worth within the millions, and one must ask themselves, why and how is that possible? Is she connected to the fraud rings that we have seen taking place within her state and her own district? It's a question the American people are raising, and the president believes it's one worth answering. Haley.
Thanks, Caroline. I want to go back to some of the comments from Stephen Miller and Secretary No. You've made clear the president wants to see the investigation play out when answering some of the questions on the specific details. Is he concerned that some of those definitive statements made by other officials risks public perception of the credibility of those investigations now playing out?
Again, the president believes that these investigations are credible, they are continuing, they are active, and he wants to let them play out. Alex.
Caroline, thank you. Is the administration willing to separate DHS funding from other funding bills in order to avoid a broader shutdown?
Look, at this point, the White House supports the bipartisan work that was done to advance the bipartisan appropriations package, and we want to see that passed. Policy discussions on immigration in Minnesota are happening. Look, the president is leading those discussions as evidenced by his correspondence with Governor Walz this morning, but that should not be at the expense of government funding for the American people, which would include, as you know, Alex, FEMA funding, and we are in the midst of the storm that took place over the weekend, and many Americans are still being impacted by that. So we absolutely do not want to see that funding lapse, and we want the Senate to move forward with passing the bipartisan appropriations package that was negotiated on a bipartisan basis.
Secondly, there's another round of Russia-Ukraine talks this weekend, Sunday. I wonder if you can walk us through with the president, how he'll be involved in that, if at all. We'll be talking to President Putin, President Zelensky ahead of those meetings.
I'm not tracking any scheduled calls at this point in time. However, the president remains deeply involved, and of course he's being apprised by his advisors, namely Jared Kushner and Special Envoy Witkoff, on these talks. They had a multilateral meeting this past weekend, which didn't get a ton of coverage, but that was historic in nature, where the president's team has really brought two sides of this war to the table together to move the ball closer towards peace. So the president is not giving up on the peace process. He obviously just met with President Zelensky when we were in Davos, Switzerland, but I'm not tracking any calls scheduled for this week. On one more foreign policy point, I will point out, as you all saw, the last remaining body of the hostages, Israeli hostages in Gaza, has been returned. This is a huge foreign policy feat for the President of the United States, for the state of Israel, and frankly for the whole world. The president made the impossible possible, and so it's great news for the president, for the United States, for our allies, and also for peace in the Middle East. And I understand that more than 20 new additional countries have also signed up to join the newly established Board of Peace with respect to the rebuilding of Gaza, which is another historic accomplishment for this president. So thank you all very much, and we'll see you in Iowa tomorrow.
States Senate congressional record. So, congratulations, Jeff. Next, I would like to invite Cindy Brown on behalf of Congressman Daniel Webster. Cindy.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, I'm Cindy Brown, and I serve United States Congressman Daniel Webster here in the Villages in Sumter County. I'm actually a villager as well, and my husband's name is Jeff. So that's just amazing. What a wonderful way to celebrate life today. So the Congressman has written a letter just to honor Kelly and Denny, just as a little honoring time for them. So I will read this to you very quickly. Dear friends, I am pleased to extend my sincere appreciation to Kelly and Denny Llewellyn for their extraordinary actions and life-saving service to the community of the Villages, Florida. Through their quick thinking and immediate use of CPR and an automated external defibrillator, the Llewellyns helped save the life of Jeff following a sudden cardiac arrest at the Everglades softball complex. Their willingness to act in a critical moment exemplifies the very best of public service and civic responsibility. I also commend the CPR AED Advisory Committee of the Villages for its continued commitment to education, preparedness, and public safety. The committee's work to expand CPR training and AED accessibility plays a vital role in ensuring that community members are equipped to respond when seconds matter most. I applaud all those involved for their dedication in making the Villages a safer community. It is my honor to serve as your representative in the United States House of Representatives. Your servant, Daniel Webster. Congratulations to everyone today.
Stand by. Thanks so much, Cindy and U.S. Congressman Daniel Webster. Next, I'd like to invite Chief Randy Palmer of the Wildwood Police Department. Chief.
Craig's got a great barber. So does Jeff and Danny too. Great barbers, great barbers. Hey, good afternoon. How's everybody doing? Good, good. Hey, I'm deeply honored and humbled to be here today, to be a part of this recognition and presentation. How many people here, by show of hands, because I couldn't see good from back there, are AED trained? That's pretty impressive. Give yourselves a big hand. Only have one question for Jeff, from a law enforcement to a law enforcement officer. How could you waste that donut like that? 1 day old, that's in its prime right there. That's good stuff. Good stuff. So you never know what to quite want to say when you're up here, but when I was listening to the others speak, and by the way, thank you for your heartfelt messages. It was really, probably touched everybody in here, I'm sure. But I heard it said 3 times, blessed. So don't worry, I'm not going to run down there and do the Holy Ghost run through the aisles or anything. And this may surprise you, but I'm not an overly spiritual person, just enough. And I've never been accused of dirtying up the church doormats more than I should. But I do believe what I believe, and I know what I know. And I believe that, as hokey as it may sound, there are angels that walk amongst us. And their job is to do for us what we can't do for ourselves.
Florida Live starts now.
I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us here on Florida Live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. I recently had the chance to sit down with several of the major candidates for Florida governor. We had 30-minute sit-down interviews with them for Fox 35 News Plus. You can find those full interviews right now on Fox Local. But today, over this next hour, we are sharing those in-depth conversations with you as we went in-depth on a number of different policy positions with each of those candidates. And today we're sharing those in alphabetical order, starting with Jay Collins, then Jerry Demmings, Byron Donalds, David Jolly, and Paul Renner.
To be honest with you, one of the things that was critical in this whole process, and I've said it multiple times, you got to earn people's trust. You got to show them that before you ask for an opportunity to be the next governor, you better show them you're competent and capable in the job you're in. Over 3-4 months, we have been all over the state. We have talked to people in every corner, an absolute blessing and opportunity. And I needed to show that. And then, of course, as I said in every interview, I think, you got to make sure your family's good, your support structure is good, and that my approach to leadership and my vision for the state is being well received, because it's not about me. I'm not going to put my family, the state, or anybody through it if I don't think what I have to do or my approach to leadership is going to register with the people, because ultimately that's what it's about. Are the citizens of Florida, those 23.5 million people, or just about, right, that we serve every single day. And man, great to be in. Great to have the reception we are, and now it's all go, right? All gas, no brakes.
Now let's talk a little policy here. We know one of the major issues that folks are talking about and concerned about here in Florida is affordability. And so before we get into some of the solutions, I've been asking every candidate that we've talked to the same question as well, because it's interesting, I think, to hear the various answers. How did we get here to what many are describing an affordability crisis in the state of Florida?
Well, I think you're seeing a lot of the long-term negatives of inflation, right? A lot of that's at the federal level. There's only so much we can do to negate that. But, you know, I also think there's still some compounding issues going back to COVID that we're dealing with in terms of small businesses that were closed and people that started up. And the reality is, where we're at right now, we know that hurricanes have wreaked havoc for the last 5 years-ish, right? We know there was a whole gap in time before that. You know, we had 1 year without it. You know, God willing, we'll have a few more without it, which is often the case. But I think it's a compounding factor. People are moving here, 800 to 1,200 a day. That's been the norm since COVID. We know that the real cost of inflation was never really dealt with under the Biden administration. We know that that's been a compounding issue. We know that President Trump has been working judiciously to help push our nation forward. And at the state level, we've been working very hard to support that. And I think you see things improving. But what I want to talk about here is, how do we put money back in people's pockets? But also, how do we get the gas pedal on, right? We can save some money here and fix problems, absolutely. You know, what we did with tort reform has made significant improvements in terms of getting money back and lowering insurance rates. You see that being stabilized and dropped across the state. Our auto insurance is doing the same thing, but there's still more meat on the bone.
Let's talk a little bit more about property taxes. Obviously, a big conversation right now, not just in Tallahassee, but all across the state, something that the people are keeping a close eye on. We've heard time and time again that if local governments cut spending, that because of the non-homesteaded property taxes that are coming in and the percentage of that they would probably be okay. But I want to talk about some of these maybe smaller counties, these more rural counties that maybe don't have a whole lot of additional revenue coming in. And so how do you, specifically with those counties, make sure that they're not left behind, that they can still provide the services for the folks who live there that they need and that they expect?
Yeah, no, great question. So first, let me say this. I am the Lieutenant Governor of Florida, and I am ride or die with our Governor Ron DeSantis. He is an amazing leader, and he has been so right on so many issues. We know that less than 30% of the money that comes from property tax is from homesteaded properties. That's doable. But let's talk about those fiscally constrained in some of those rural counties. You know, some of them, it's going to be an issue, right? We know that mathematically. And one of the things the governor has said throughout this process is he's not going to leave those people behind. You know, we have plenty of opportunity to take care of them, plenty of opportunity to make that work. And he said, look, he doesn't mind the state coming in and making that work if it means empowering home ownership for our people, you know, just offsetting that cost. That's something he's been very straightforward about since Jump Street. You know, we'll see how that plays out. But in the end, the math is being worked. We got to get the House and the Senate to come forward and pass just one bill. And that bill, once approved and signed by the governor, has to go on the ballot. And 60% of the people have to support that. And I can tell you, when I go around the communities, people feel like local governments have increased property values and property tax amounts over and over and over. It just keeps rising. And yet they look at the municipal services and they don't see the commensurate growth in law enforcement, in teacher pay, in roads. So where did the money go? People pay attention, they notice, and they want leadership that puts them first.
Just a couple minutes left with you here, and I want to talk a little bit about governing. You have kind of framed your candidacy as a continuation of Governor DeSantis's legacy over the past 7 years that he's been in office. But you haven't gotten an endorsement from the governor. Should that be a concern to those who do want to see a continuation of Governor DeSantis's legacy in office?
No, look, that's not a concern. I was handpicked by him to be his lieutenant governor, right? More than anything else, competition drives excellence. I didn't expect the endorsement when I launched. I wanted to launch at the appropriate time. I'm in contact with our governor. I have complete faith and trust in his approach, and I know where he is with me because we talk regularly. When he wants to, and if he chooses to, that's great. But the fact is this, I am here to serve our state, serve our 23.5 million people, and continue to protect my boss, the governor of Florida, and protect our people who are the ultimate boss of all of us because they elect us. And that best way to provide that stability is for me to be the next governor. And I'm grateful for all the governor's done for me. Period. And it's that simple, I guess, you know?
The governor does have some icy relations with some in the legislature right now. We have seen some come out and say that they don't always believe that Governor DeSantis respects the legislature as a co-equal branch of government. As a former state senator yourself, obviously, would you deal or work with the legislature differently, or what would those relationships look like?
Look, I like people. I am a people first person. I believe life is a people industry. Yes, I am a senator, but I was also very successful working with Governor DeSantis. I passed 55 pieces of legislation, somewhere around there, just a little over, in 3 years. That's more than most people pass in 8. And those were hard, difficult bills. You know, I hope that this session goes wonderful. I want to see Governor DeSantis go out on top because of a great session. I want to see Speaker Perez and Ben Albritton, our Senate president, go out on top, because when that happens, it serves the will of our people, it protects our people, and it's better for everybody. But look, I've got friends in both chambers. I have friends at the city and county level. But more than anything, we got to make sure that we are performing every day for the people of Florida. And that means we have to maximize every moment, every second of the time we have on the ground. Because when we do that right, and we move to our standard, and we hit everything we're supposed to do, we're going to continue to thrive, because there is so much talent in those chambers, so much opportunity in the state of Florida. And again, I know the best days are ahead of us. And together, rowing the boat, making things work, we can make that absolutely happen.
Couple lighter things here, because we are just about out of time. Give us your favorite song right now on your campaign playlist.
Oh, my campaign playlist. You know what? I don't know that I have a favorite one. I grew up on a farm. I like everything from Johnny Cash to modern day country to old school 90s rap, right? Like I've got Tupac, and I had Chris Stapleton and Johnny Cash. So there you go.
Okay, a little bit of everything. Love it.
That's right.
And your go-to meal, maybe the night before you have something big going on.
All right. Well, this is easy. Look, man, I'm a meat and potatoes guy. I love steak. I love our Florida beef. I am all in. Nothing better than a good New York or a good ribeye, cooked medium rare, with some fries, some vegetables, and a little bit of good bread. But doing that with family.
All right. Well, now that I am hungry, we will wrap this up there. Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins, we appreciate you taking the time.
But I'm honored to be in the race, honored to have the opportunity to run. The decision was made based upon a lot of prayer and supposition, but a lot of people across the state of Florida kind of elicited my goal to get into this race. And so here I am. I'm running because I care about working class people here in the state of Florida. I care about the high cost of living that we're having to deal with now. I care about the preemptions that's happening by the state of local governments. I care about trying to be the solution to some of these challenges: housing affordability, health care challenges within our state of Florida. And so here I am. I'm offering up the sum total of nearly 45 years now of public service to help come up with the solutions that working class people are looking for.
And we're going to get into a lot of those issues that you just mentioned. But I do want to just start by asking, as we talked, you are still a mayor of Orange County right now. That brings a lot of responsibilities in itself. And I'm just curious what the balance looks like between those duties and, kind of what the campaign looks like for you right now.
It's a very busy period of time. I have chosen to honor my commitment when I ran for re-election in 2022 to be the Orange County mayor. My term will end in December of 2026, and so the next governor will be sworn in January of 2027. So during this period of time, I've got the balance of both responsibilities. It'll be a challenge. As we get closer to the primary and then the general election, I will still be focused on being the mayor. But today I spend about 30 to 40% of my time each day kind of working on the obligations associated with being mayor. The other 70%, 60% of my time I spend campaigning.
And let's talk about affordability. I know that was one of the things you mentioned. That's the thing that we see in poll after poll is the top issue on voters' minds. We've heard it described as an affordability crisis here in the state of Florida right now. And I'm curious your take. This is a question I've asked every candidate on how we got in this position. How did we end up here where we are dealing with these high costs and this affordability crisis in Florida?
I believe we got here because we lost sight of the plight of average people. We have people who are sitting in high places, billionaires, wealthy, who have been influencing those who are being elected. And because of that, we're out of balance. The focus has been really on the ultra wealthy and not the working class people here within Florida. Florida is the fastest growing state within the union. Last year in 2024, the last numbers that we have whole numbers for, the state of Florida grew by 364,000 people, a net at least of 364,000 people. That means almost 1,000 new people moved into the state of Florida each day. That's very challenging. Here within Central Florida, we're the benefactors of much of that growth. That is probably the number one challenge that I have to deal with is managing the growth in Orange County and how that growth impacts the entire region here. And so I'm very adept at coming up with solutions in those types of environments. And I'll take that experience into the governor's office.
We've heard a lot of talk about property taxes, and we know the state, at the urging of Governor DeSantis, looking to eliminate those, roll those back. We're still not sure what that exactly might look like. But what is your take on that? And also, how do you address the concerns of local governments across the state when it comes to potential loss of revenue?
Depending upon what the state does with property tax reform, will really determine the total impact on local governments and individuals. Many of the proposals that have been put on the table at this point could range from billions of dollars to multiple billions of dollars. What I am doing about it is I am very active with the Florida Association of Counties, and I chair a committee, the Finance and Taxation Committee, that has been looking at this issue now for a while. But I also chair a special select committee that will work to respond to whatever comes out of the legislature. That is an ongoing, tedious process. Who knows? Until the legislative session is over, we won't know what this property tax reform will look like and whether there will be a statewide referendum to go on the ballot to create a constitutional amendment or not. But in either case, the 8 to 9 to 10 proposals that we have seen, the Florida Association of Counties has some responses to each one of those in terms of how it will impact local governments. What I can tell you is that I don't believe that there's any scenario in which the state of Florida can totally eliminate property taxes.
A few minutes ago, you talked about local control. This is something that you would know about as Orange County mayor. I know you've expressed concerns about kind of things, from the state that have stripped that away in some ways. Can you talk about the ways that you have seen local control kind of preempted by the state and what you would want to see as governor to restore some more independence to the local governments across Florida?
As I said earlier, one of the biggest challenges that I have as a local mayor is managing the tremendous growth. Here in the Metro Orlando area, we remain the #1 tourist destination in North America. Not only do we have to provide services for the increase in our permanent resident population, but also the visitors. And because of that, sometimes I think the state forgets about that. What the state of Florida has been doing is taking away the ability of local governments to create its own land use management-related issues. They have really ceded a lot of the influence to developers who are making money, who are profiting, as opposed to listening to those local governments.
I want to shift gears a little bit and talk about immigration enforcement, illegal immigration enforcement. What would that look like under a Demmings administration? We know under DeSantis, the state has been very proactive about it. They've been gotten a lot of attention nationally for the steps that have been taken. What would that look like in a Demmings administration?
First off, I was a law enforcement officer for 37 and a half years. I took multiple oaths that I would support, protect, and defend the Constitution and government of the United States and of the state of Florida. And when I took those oaths, I took them very seriously. So I believe in immigration enforcement. However, what we are seeing now has gone beyond just immigration enforcement. It is depriving people of their liberties, their rights. They are using force in situations where force is not necessary. As a law enforcement senior official, I had to make certain that I held my law enforcement officers accountable to treating people with dignity and respect. Unfortunately, what we're seeing now is a condoning of misbehavior and heavy-handedness in law enforcement. Under my administration, what you will see is that I will support the men and women in law enforcement. We will pay them what they deserve to be paid. The law enforcement officers in the state of Florida are some of the lowest paid law enforcement officers anywhere, and I mean those who are state law enforcement officers. When you compare their salaries to the local law enforcement agencies, they have fallen behind. We'll increase the pay for them, to pay them a competitive wage, but we will also make certain that our law enforcement gets back to focusing on the law enforcement needs, the public safety needs of the state of Florida.
All right, and quickly here, your go-to meal the night before you got a big maybe campaign event the next day.
Before I have a campaign event, my go-to meal, I like seafood.
Okay, well, plenty of good options for that around here.
Yes.
Orange County Mayor Jerry Demmings, Democratic candidate for governor. We appreciate you coming in and sitting down with us today.
Thank you for the invitation.
Florida's future really does matter to America, and our state's going to need a governor who, number one, knows the apparatus here in Florida, but then also in Washington. That's going to be very important. Number two, a governor who has really good ties with the presidential administration to be able to advocate for Florida's interests at a moment's notice. That's going to be critical, especially around times of storms and things like that. But then the third thing is my career, my background was in finance, financial services, banking, insurance. These are all going to be important things that the state's going to have to figure out, especially insurance going into the future. And last but not least, Florida needs a conservative governor to follow in the footsteps of Ron DeSantis, who is a conservative governor. And I fit that bill as well. So when it came time to starting to think about that, I decided probably the next thing for me was to throw my hat in the ring and run for governor. And it's been going very well. I'm very excited about the progress, but we still have a long way to go. We want to make sure we're earning the vote of the people of Florida.
You mentioned President Trump. You do have the endorsement of President Trump. I'm curious how that came about. Did he talk to you about it ahead of time, or how did that kind of go down?
I mean, he and I talked about it off and on, but mostly it was focused on first, helping him to get elected back in 2024, and then in early 2025 about the work on his agenda in Congress. And he asked me, he was like, "Is this what you want to do?" And I said, "Yeah, it's what I want to do." And he was like, "Okay," and he made a decision. I was actually in Naples when he made the decision to endorse me. I was in an event with another member of Congress and people in Southwest Florida. And so I got the phone call from the president, and obviously you got to pick up his call. And so I'm in the middle of the event, I answered his call, and he told me about it. So I'm incredibly honored to have President Trump's endorsement because he doesn't give it lightly. He has a lot of criteria for it, but the number one thing is that he wants his now home state to continue to thrive, continue to be vibrant, and that's why I'm honored to have his endorsement to be Florida's next governor.
I do want to ask you about property taxes and the concerns we heard from one voter out here today about what it means for revenue of local governments and some of the services that we rely on, and that is something that we have seen in polling is a concern of folks all around Florida about what the impact would be. I think everyone would like to say, well, I don't want to, I don't have to pay property taxes. That's great. But how do you address some of those concerns about what it would mean for the services that local communities and people rely on?
Well, look, I support what the governor's trying to accomplish. I want to make sure that our sheriffs, our police officers, firefighters, the road construction, our schools, our maintenance, that stuff, it continues to be handled. Looking forward to seeing the governor's plan. His plan is going to be detailed to address all these things. And I think he, working with the legislature, that's where a lot of the details around this very question you're talking about are really going to get hammered out. If they're not able to accomplish something, then it's going to be my responsibility as the state's next governor to try to provide that relief for homeowners in our state, because that is important. We have to remember that people who make Florida their home, they're not a piggy bank for local governments. And so local governments do have a responsibility to contain their costs, control their costs, lower them where they can, because seniors on fixed incomes or young families just starting out, they don't have the resources to just pay higher and higher property taxes. So there's a real balance there. I think removing homestead property taxes is important for the future of the state, but we have to balance that and mitigate that with what we have to do to continue services. But like I said out there, around 75 to 80% of all property taxes in our state are non-homestead property taxes. About 20 to 25% are homestead property taxes. So there's a way where we can still address the needs that local governments have, that citizens have for services, which are critical, garbage pickup, wastewater treatment facilities, all those issues that local government has to manage, while also not increasing the cost burden on people who call Florida their home.
Let's talk about immigration. We know right now the state is playing a large role when it comes to illegal immigration enforcement and getting national attention for the kind of role that we're playing as a state right now. Would that continue under a Donalds administration? Yes, it's going to continue. We are going to continue to cooperate with President Trump and his team around supporting the mandate from the American people. I was on the campaign trail with the president just as much as anybody.
It's a mandate from the American people. No matter what part of the state of the country we were in, it was clear Americans wanted to see criminal illegal aliens being sent back to their home countries, and they wanted to see the border secured. The border secured is a mission accomplished from President Trump. He's already been able to do that. Now it's the responsibility of states working with the federal government to get these criminal illegal aliens out of our state and out of our country, and we're going to be committed to that work, the same way Governor DeSantis is.
There have been some questions and concerns about due process for these people who've been detained. How do you respond to those questions and concerns?
Well, first of all, if you're in the country illegally, you do not have the same level of due process as an American citizen. Let's be very clear on this. The Constitution is clear. The Supreme Court has been clear on this. There is not the same level that you or I or any citizen of our country would have with respect to due process. You simply do not, because you're not in the country legally. And so there is a process to go through deportation. There is what happens now is your identity is checked. Your documentation is checked. If you're here illegally in the country, then we go through that process before the deportation detainer is issued, and then you're removed from the United States. That is the due process afforded to an illegal alien in the United States. But it needs to be understood by, frankly, everybody. This is not even a political question. For all people in our country, all citizens in our country, the level of due process for an American citizen is not the level for an illegal alien. Just like if an American citizen goes abroad, you do not maintain American due process at the standard of the United States Constitution and of American law if you're in another country. You simply don't.
Let's talk education. I know it's an issue that is important to you and to your wife as well.
Yes.
We've talked a lot about school vouchers in Florida, and you're seeing, parents obviously have a lot. We're seeing the appetite for that. How do you make sure, though, that the public schools are still adequately funded as they lose students?
Well, listen. First of all, funding in the public school system is predicated on enrollment. If children are enrolled in traditional public schools, the money follows the child. The same way, if a parent decides they want to enroll their child in a private school or a charter school, or they want to homeschool, the money follows the child that way as well. So if for the superintendents in our state and the traditional public schools in our state, if you want to have more students enrolling in your schools, you got to make sure you're providing a better output. That's what we should be doing. Listen, I think that we should be funding the education of the public. That's been my position for more than 15 years. And what that means is the money follows the child. If traditional public schools want more enrollments in their schools, then you have to do a better job. And you have to prove to parents that you're doing a better job. That's what matters. In terms of, that's how they get their funding today. And let's talk about on the local level, property taxes. Every school district in our state is a taxing district. They have the ability to leverage property taxes, and they all do. And what's happening in a lot of our large counties is that their populations are decreasing, but they're still leveraging the property taxes. So how is that fair to the taxpayer? We're always going to have a traditional public school system in our state, primarily because the public schools have more infrastructure than anybody. They have more seats than anybody. They have more buildings than anybody. They have the football fields. They have the basketball gyms. They got the baseball fields, and they got the weight rooms. So they're always going to be a part of Florida. But the decider of where that money goes is going to be parents. Parents are at the head of the table in the state of Florida. That will remain.
We're almost out of time here. Want to get to know you a little bit.
Sure.
Favorite song on your campaign playlist?
Right now, it's John Cena, My Time Is Now. That's what plays when we go in and out, so it's a good one.
And what would you say is your go-to meal when you've got maybe a big event coming up or something like that? What would you say is your go-to?
I'm not really a foodie. So I'm not a foodie guy. I don't have like a favorite meal. It's what's close, what's good. Let's do that, and you keep going.
What's next for you on the campaign trail?
Heading to Tampa, and then I'm going to be back in D.C. this week. And then next weekend, I don't even know where I am next week. I got to look back at the calendar. We're everywhere. We're using every day possible to campaign and get around the state. And, I'm excited about that. Might try to see if we get to Miami for the national championship, see if we can get in there for that.
All right, be rooting for the Canes in that one. That'll be something different for you.
I'm a Seminole. It's different. I haven't done this one before, but that's all right. No, I hope they win. They've done a great job this year. They have a great team. And I watched the game last night. Indiana looks tough.
Yeah, they're going to be tough to beat. Congressman Donalds, we appreciate it.
Awesome. Thank you.
I think the significance of what I call an economic crisis, and I say this very specifically, you know, we've been talking about the affordability crisis for about a year. We saw that litigated in New Jersey and Virginia and the city of Miami during their mayor's race, and it seems now everybody's talking about the affordability crisis. And I think that's great. But I would suggest what I'm seeing is that it's so much more dire than that. Not for everybody, right? For a lot of the state, the economy is doing fine. The economic acceleration is great. But we have a state that's leaving too many people behind, far more than half of the state. So 50% of the state doesn't have enough savings to last for 2 weeks. We have families now going without health care. We've abandoned public education so that now families look for a local public school. It may be closing on them. They look to a choice school, and not only does the choice school not have to provide the same standards and academics and offerings of public schools, but they charge tuition on top of the voucher. We have people who can't stay in their homes because of the cost of homeowners insurance. We have people who may never attain home ownership at all, and we have families who are, what I've now learned, are chasing rents. They can't afford the rent from month to month in some places. They're having to take their kids out of school. You're seeing an increase of truancy in some environments. So look, if Florida's going great for you, it's going great. If it's working, let's keep doing what's working for you. But it's not working for all Floridians. And I think the level at which I'm seeing that crisis has been what has been most compelling in these town halls.
And we're going to dive into that issue of affordability because, you know, we know from poll after poll, from talking to people,
Sure.
I know you hear it too. It's the number one issue, you know, that's really on a lot of people's minds. So we're going to dive into that. But I do want to first start because we're recording this on a day that we have some new polling out from Mason-Dixon showing you up 23-19 in the Democratic primary against Orange County Mayor Jerry Demmings. Still a large chunk of undecided voters at this point, which you would certainly expect this early in the race. Mayor Demmings is a longtime Democrat.
Sure.
You were a former Republican
Yeah.
who is now a Democrat. Can you talk about your, for lack of a better term, kind of conversion and kind of how things changed and that led to you switching your party affiliation?
Yeah, I'd love to. And I spent about 6 years as an independent as well, which is the largest voting bloc of the state are independents. And what I discovered as an independent is most people just want big answers to big problems, and we've got big problems. And so I say I'm in a very post-ideological space of my life and my political career. I think when we tether ourselves to major party dogma, to the left-right political spectrum, and to labels, are you conservative, progressive, moderate, I think we're selling ourselves short. We actually need enterprise solutions to big problems that we face. So I think we need a state catastrophic fund for insurance, right? That is removing hurricane coverage from the private market and the government accepting full responsibility of it. I think we need to return to the direct delivery of primary health care services, the county health clinics that we had in Florida when I was growing up. But I still think government should be lean and efficient. We should look to the private sector first for our solutions. But if the private sector doesn't have a solution to some of these affordability issues, we need to step in with the role of government. I think we've abandoned public education. We need a 10-year renaissance in public education. But I'm a Democrat who says let's keep the choice program. But if a choice school is going to participate in the voucher program, they should have to teach a kid to read. A choice school in Florida today doesn't have to teach a kid to read. They get to take the voucher money, but they don't have to provide an individual education program. They don't have to provide academic excellence, trigonometry in 10th grade, access to the trades or the arts. And so I don't know where that puts me on the left-right spectrum, and I don't care. Here's why I'm a proud Florida Democrat today. 3 values I've always had in politics and life. I think the economy should work for everyone, absolutely everyone. We shouldn't condemn success, but we should make sure the economy is working for everyone. I think government can improve people's lives. Access to health care, home ownership, upward mobility, retirement security. And I think we should be a place where everyone's rights are protected and their dignity celebrated, regardless of the color of their skin, where they were born, who they love, or who they worship. Those are values. Those are values I've had my whole life as a Republican and an independent, but they're values that I do see as rooted in Democratic Party tradition. It's why I'm a proud Democrat, but I am talking about a platform so much bigger than just our party.
When it comes to the issue of property taxes, we know there's a big discussion going on right now, and we have also heard from the governor talking about it again during his State of the State address this week. Democratic leaders in the House and Senate coming out afterward and saying that they think that's a misplaced focus and that the issue is property insurance. Do you think both are issues when it comes to the affordability crisis going on, or do you think one is playing more of a role than other?
Look, I fought for a national catastrophic fund in Congress. I think we need a state catastrophic fund. I think the insurance market has collapsed around us. But I would tell you I'm a Democrat who thinks we need property tax relief. Now, I've been a Republican. I don't think Republican math ever works out. And I think what Republicans in Tallahassee are proposing ultimately is going to shift the costs onto renters. It is going to defund critical services. And I just don't think their final plan will work out. But let's see what the math looks like. But what I'll tell you, Garrett, is we do need property tax relief. I think we need property tax relief for first-time home buyers. Right, we have a Save Our Homes and Portability program that benefits longtime homeowners, but we have no benefit for the first-time home buyer. So that first-time home buyer who buys a long-time homesteaded property, their second-year tax bill can jump by 300 or 400%. So I think we need targeted first-time home buyer tax relief. And I would suggest if we're in the midst of an affordability crisis, perhaps we need to expand the state homestead exemption. Either do it writ large, do it for people based on certain income groups or retiree. I think targeted homestead exemption tax relief is important as well, but the math has to work. We can't just defund services. I think the ICE agreements do not need to be required. I think we need to provide resources to local law enforcement to determine how best to create safe communities.
You think that too much, the agreements are taking too much of the resources away from local law enforcement agencies to kind of...
They're tying their hands, they're abandoning local control, and they're also manipulating how we attack crime. I don't think the greatest threat to our community is the responsible worker who's shown up every day for 12 years for the job without so much as a speeding ticket to earn a day's wage, to put food on the table for his 2 kids, to learn English and pursue the American dream. Look, if I was in the place of a county mayor, for instance, I would not sign the 287G agreements. I think it was wrong for Mayor Demmings to sign the 287G agreements. And if you look at what's happened, we've now seen over 5,000 ICE detainees in Orange County at a significant cost to the taxpayers, now supported by a decision by the Orange County mayor. I simply think that was wrong.
Let's talk about healthcare. We know that there are a lot of families, we talk about affordability.
Yeah.
Affordable health care is people are starting this year with premiums going through the roof. What role do you see the state? What role do you think the state should play in, making sure that people can afford health care?
And in my last year on the trail, this is probably one of the areas where I've seen the most precise crisis developing. And listen, I'm a preacher's kid. I don't come from wealth, but obviously I've been fortunate to serve in Congress. I'm an attorney, but I'll be working for the rest of my life. We have 2 young kids. We had to remove our children from the only pediatrician they've known this year just because we couldn't afford the insurance that covered them. This is just a local family doctor. This isn't a concierge platinum type program. And we are in so much more fortunate position than many others in the state of Florida. Here's what I know is happening. Florida has not expanded Medicaid. We're one of 10 states, and we should. It is an economic return to the state, and it improves qualitative outcomes for patients and families. But I've moved one step further. Growing up in Florida, I remember the county health clinics, that regardless of your ability to pay, you could walk in and you could receive primary health care services for you or your children. I would go once a year or so for the school physicals if you wanted to play basketball or tennis or whatever it might be. I actually think while Washington figures out the negotiation game it plays with insurance all the time, we should step in as a state and directly fund primary health care services in all 67 counties. Return to the county health care clinic model. If you can't afford it, God bless you, you're still welcome to receive health care services. If you can, maybe you're going to get a bill of $100 or $150 like you might at an urgent care clinic right now.
We're almost out of time here. A couple lighter questions before we let you go. Is there a song that's at the top of your campaign playlist right now?
Don't Stop Believing. Look, I believe every day that change is here. It's why I'm in this race. I also like for the old school crowd to keep on the sunny side. I'm somebody that just is always the optimist that our better days are ahead. But we don't have a campaign theme song.
All right, and finally, if you're gearing up for a big day on the campaign trail, go-to meal for you.
Coke Zero. Coke Zero, and I try for an apple or a banana, so you start the day right and you don't go down that vending machine run all day.
Some fruit and caffeine. The caffeine, I'm sure, necessary on the campaign trail.
It.
Well, former Congressman David Jolly, Democratic campaign candidate for governor. We appreciate you coming in.
if you do your research and there's a fair comparison between the candidates, you'll want me as your next governor. I helped build the free state of Florida. Again, the leadership background, the experience. We've set forth a vision that other candidates have not. We're very deliberate. I think voters deserve to know this is what I'll do if you elect me. And these kinds of things, as well as I've spent my whole life in service to others, 20 years in the military. You don't get rich doing that. You put your life on the line doing that. As a prosecutor, I can tell you don't get rich being a prosecutor here in the state of Florida, and neither do you or should you as an elected official. Yet some politicians have used politics to enrich themselves and do things for themselves. I'm not that kind of politician. Service is in my core. Growing up as a pastor's kid and a mom who was a school teacher, I believe in this. I love this state. I don't want to see it go backwards. And with me, we're going to move forwards in a very positive way.
Well, let's talk a little policy here. Affordability, huge issue. We see that in poll after poll. I know that has been something that you talk a lot about on the campaign trail and have created a plan to address that. Before we get into that, I do want to get into some of the specifics of your plan and the different points. But how did we get here to where we are dealing with these high costs in so many different ways here in the state of Florida?
Well, I would point to Washington, D.C. and the irresponsible spending, and that's a bipartisan comment. I'm a Republican, obviously, but I think Republicans have been grossly irresponsible in D.C., have failed in their job. We balanced our budget here in Florida. When I was Speaker, we not only did balance the budget, we had record tax relief, but also paid down our debt, a little bit of state debt we have early. In contrast with the federal government, they can't pass a balanced budget and they just keep printing and spending money. That caused inflation. And so what we have here, to state it simply, is inflation and the prices of things have gone up much faster than incomes can afford. And that's true of property taxes, that's true of insurance, and it's true of things like grocery bills, which I can't affect as governor necessarily until the federal government and the people up there, the congressmen and senators, stop spending so much money, wasting money, frankly. And so, but we do have a plan for property taxes. We have a plan for insurance. I can lower those costs. I've done it when I was Speaker of the House in the case of insurance, and we'll do it again when I'm governor.
Let's talk about that a little bit, starting with property taxes, because we know that's something that people are watching closely as this current legislative session gets underway. What would be your plan as governor, and what are the things that you want to see with property taxes specifically?
Well, and again, specifically, property taxes have gone up twice as fast as people's incomes over the last 5 years, and over 50% just since 2020. And so that fact is just there, and that means that the same amount of services, roughly a little bit more because of the population growth, that the county and local governments have gotten quite a lot more money. They can afford to roll back to an earlier period of time. So my first step is the rollback. We call it the Renner rollback, which is the one thing you can do legislatively. The idea of eliminating homestead property taxes, increasing exemptions, has to go on the ballot in November. You have to get 60%. There's no evidence that the legislature and the governor have yet to come onto the same page. The legislature's got multiple different plans, none of which is what the governor wants. They have to first agree, and if they agree, it's got to get to 60%. What we can do right now, it can be done in 2 days, is roll back property taxes for everyone, not just homestead, but businesses, renters, people that are non-homestead property payers, back to 2024. That would give everyone a material tax cut. It would be manageable for the local governments. We don't have to worry about cutting the salaries of police or teachers or anything else like that while we look at these broader reforms. So it's not an either or, it's the first necessary steps. Several weeks ago, I called for a special session. The legislature has done nothing. It's been crickets, and so they need to act. They can act early in the session. It starts today, and go right in a couple of days. I've been there. I know how this can be done. It's a short bill to roll back property taxes to 2024. Want to know how much you save? Pull out your bill. And then have the larger conversation. Do we want to get rid of homestead property taxes? Do we want to do something in between where we raise exemptions or take care of seniors on fixed incomes? That's the first necessary step, is this rollback, because while we've been talking about taxes went up in 2025. And guess what? They just went up again in 2026. And so this rollback will roll all of that back, remove the tax increases, give everyone a tax break, while we have the larger discussion about, do we want to get rid of all of these taxes for homestead property?
I want to shift gears a little bit here and talk about immigration. We know over this past year, especially, Florida has played a large role, not just at the state, but kind of in the national conversation when it comes to illegal immigration enforcement. And I'm curious what that kind of immigration enforcement would look like under Governor Paul Renner.
It would be equally robust. I think you look at what Governor DeSantis has done, which I think has been exceptional on this front, and it would be the same. I mean, we would lean in and we look for new ways that we can be helpful because look, illegal immigration, you're bringing in people who are human traffickers. We're going to be talking about that very soon to stop the trafficking of anyone, but especially children. This is a huge issue because of illegal immigration. Fentanyl, other drugs that are being brought across the border. Frankly, people from China and Iran that aren't very close to the border that are coming across, were coming across the border that could potentially be used as sleeper cells to kill Americans. It's a very, very serious issue. We need to get these people out, first prioritizing those criminals and getting them out as soon as possible, yesterday if possible. And you see these protests, you see people opposing the Department of Homeland Security doing their jobs to enforce immigration, and I won't stand for it as a former prosecutor. We're going to enforce the law. We're going to protect our law enforcement officials, both state and federal, to do their job.
You talk about AI. We know there's a lot of conversation about regulating AI at the state level, but there's pushback from federal level and from big tech, of course. What do you think is the state's role when it comes to regulating AI and implementing some protections or guardrails, specifically when it comes to kids?
We should have one. In part of my health, freedom, and wellness initiative, you can see I want parental opt-in. I want to make sure parents that AI is not their boyfriend or girlfriend or their mom or dad or their God or their oracle. And you see these kids that wind up, it leads them to suicide or leads them down a very dark psychological path. We need to be very careful because these algorithms are really wrecking our kids' childhood. And I was a champion for the same kind of thing when it comes to social media platforms, those addictive platforms that are causing almost a third of high school women to contemplate suicide in the last year. Online pornography for young 8-year-old, 9-year-old boys principally. I mean, these young kids. This is going to protect our kids. I was a champion for that. So when voters look at, hey, who do I want so we don't take a step backwards with Governor DeSantis, you want somebody who actually showed up and delivered results. I've done that as speaker on this issue. We'll go after AI platforms to make sure that if they're going to be used, they've got to be safe. And I see a lot of things that tell me that they're not safe right now for our kids.
Campaign, I'm sure, can be a grind. What is your favorite campaign playlist song right now? What's your go-to there?
Well, I like Toby Keith, a little less talk and a lot more action. It's got a little different context, but that's kind of our motto is people talk in campaigns and you hear a lot of rhetoric and I'm going to make all your wildest dreams come true, but they've never delivered results. They've never shown up when they have the opportunity, or they just don't have the experience and any reason for us to believe that when they show up, they can actually get it done. I've shown up. I've shown that we can get it done, whether it's on educational freedom, health freedom, on reforming our insurance to bring down rates, making sure we balance our budget and return money back to people that deserve it so we can tee up for property tax reform. All of these things I've done as one of the key leaders here in the state here recently, and I'll do it as governor.
All right, we'll wrap up. One more question on a little bit of a lighter note. What's your go-to meal? What's your favorite meal? If you've got a big day the next day, maybe what are you picking? What are you choosing?
I love barbecue, but if it's a big day the next day, I'm probably not going for barbecue. Something a little lighter, maybe some Thai food or something like that. But I am food motivated. I try to keep the weight off, but I do love a good meal, and I don't like to miss them. And so on the campaign trail, sometimes it's drinking a protein shake or something on the road between events. But yeah, we got to keep ourselves healthy. And again, our wellness plan, that's part of it too. Getting all that crap out of our food for our kids and getting those ultra-processed foods out and good food in. That makes us all better, living long, healthy lives. And that's what I want for everybody.
Well, former House Speaker Paul Renner, Republican candidate for governor, we appreciate you joining us. Thanks for joining us for our Florida Live special. Today, you can join us every day for our live streaming Fox 35 News Plus and Florida Live news coverage on Fox Local and on YouTube. I'm Garrett Wymer. Have a good afternoon.
roughly 70 earlier last year, or now I believe we're down to in the 40s. This level of overpopulation creates excessive waste, increases nutrient loading, degrades water quality, and it significantly increases the spread of disease, as we're seeing now as avian flu is spreading. The city's own feeding infrastructure is also contributing to illness. Overwater feeders are visibly moldy and dirty. These conditions promote bacterial growth, and bacterial infections have been documented in swan necropsies from 2022 through 2025. Chemical treatments are another concern. Algicides commonly used in the lakes contain copper. A public records request is currently pending to determine when copper-based algicides were last applied to Lake Eola. Copper accumulates in the lake sediments over time and is toxic to animals that forage underwater, including our swans. A necropsy from November 15th, 2024 found that elevated copper levels likely contributed to a swan's death, along with parasitic infection. Together, these facts show that the city is operating a public-facing animal program in a body of water that is structurally designed to collect pollution. This isn't an isolated problem. This is systemic. It's a public trust issue and an animal welfare issue. Thank you for your time.
Harris Lear and then Olivia Glazer.
Harris Lear, 820 South Lake Davis Drive, Orlando, Florida. Mayor, our swan birds are accessible and unprotected. They are kicked, chased, stolen, and killed. In August, a transient picked up a swan that had just been rehabilitated by volunteers, tending to it 3 times a day for a month, and snapped its neck. There is zero low-profile fencing or any barrier onto Robinson, where swans have wandered into the road and run over. The mate of an Australian pair was run over a few days after being donated by David and Nicole Byer. The city has continued to lie to these donors, telling them the pair donated is thriving. The pair still alive is from the city's purchase of 2 Australian swans in August of 2024. The donated pair came with leg tags from the breeder, and that is how they have been identified. Beloved waterfowl outside swans are not protected in any way by the city, such as geese and ducks, where they have been stolen overnight, and volunteers have done work to track them down on Craigslist for sale and retrieve them, putting themselves in harm's way and spending out of pocket to purchase stolen animals and return them to their home. Are the cameras active, which the city has paid for? There have been documented poisonous pesticides and herbicides used in Lake Eola, obtained via public record, including the following for December 2025 alone: prosecutor, an active ingredient of Roundup, deadly to animals; 3-way, active ingredient 2,4-D, one of the 2 active ingredients in what was previously used as Agent Orange. Swans require dry land to preen and activate their preen glands and get to safety, which are essential for waterproofing and survival. There's no accessible dry land for cygnets and ducklings to exit the lake due to the high seawall. The only exit point is the boat ramp on the northwest side, which most swans congregate near feeders in the southwest corner. The fatality of young birds on Lake Eola is far greater than in the wild. Large-scale events, especially those with fireworks, create undue stress on the animals. During Pride Week weekend fireworks of 2024, a swan flew into the power lines and was electrocuted. More taxpayer money is spent on the swan boats than the swans. Thank you.
Thank you. Olivia Glazer, then Rosina McVicker.
Hi, my name's Olivia Glazer. I live at 1619 Antigua Drive, 32806. And I'm here to discuss infrastructure changes needed at Lake Eola for responsible stewardship of our swans and waterfowl in your care. My first conversation topic is the master plan at Lake Eola. We all know that it's underway and it's several years out from being, solidified and put into motion. So, in the meantime, the swans that live there are subject to really deteriorating conditions. And back to the master plan, is an avian expert being commissioned to help with those plans? This is their only habitat. It should be the #1 priority of Lake Eola. In the meantime, like I said, the failing seawall is a huge problem. A blackneck swan on January 3rd of last year actually got its head lodged and it drowned to death. And Ranger Robert Petty is the one who had to dislodge it and pull it out. That's a horrible death, and they shouldn't be subjected to that. Another major flaw that Harris sort of touched on is that there is only one area that the swans can reach dry land, and that is the boat ramp all the way on the northwest corner of the lake. That is nowhere near where the feeders are. It is nowhere near where they congregate. Young swans need to be able to get out of the water safely. Think about a tiny little swan trying to get out on that high seawall. They can't. That's why here are some statistics for you. Out of the 29 eggs laid last year, only 10 of them made it to 3 months old. And then that was with volunteer intervention. Without volunteer intervention, it's actually more like 24% made it to 3 months old. The estimates for wild swans is that 50 to 60% make it to 1 year old. So that's a staggering difference. Back to the feeders. So as somebody else touched on, they're very moldy, dirty. They are a hotbed also for spreading avian influenza. They only have a few to eat out of, and it is spread through their saliva. And so they are all just basically eating each other's saliva and spreading bird flu. So that is a major issue as well. The fact that there are only a few of them in this 23 to 28 acre lake is also a huge problem. They're fighting to try to eat. There should be more, and they should be spread out for this number of swans. My last point, there are no appropriate medical pens to house the birds when they are sick or distressed. Our lead swan docent got plans done back in January of 2022 that were done by an expert in the area. 4 years later, they started working on them, and instead of using those plans, they went with ranger recommendations. They hired contractors who did not have any meaningful experience with wildlife habitats, and now they are left half complete, and we know that this is specialized stuff, but it matters. Thank you for your time.
Rosina McVicker and then Megan Core.
Rosina McVicker, 1723 Lockwood Avenue, Orlando, Florida, 3. As has been mentioned by several others, the mortality rates are also appalling because traditionally captive wildlife live longer than those in the wild, because you're ideally giving excellent care and you're removing them from the hazards of living in the wild. To see the reverse happening here is very distressing. You all have a choice. You need to decide to do the right thing, bring on the right staff, implement the right protocols, or choose to move the swans. I'm not here to tell you which one. You all have a lot of experience, different backgrounds. I trust that you'll make the right decision, but you need to make a decision. Thank you for your time.
Okay, and Megan Core.
Good afternoon. Megan Core, 236 South Lucerne Circle. I appreciate the opportunity to hear from everyone here and for the opportunity to speak now. It was wonderful today to read in the news that the city has addressed some of these issues and is working towards solutions. I only hope that we actually see those changes, that they actually come to fruition, but I can't help but wonder why it took 1 month, 4 weeks, to get to this point, for the city to address or even acknowledge that the conditions at Lake Eola are not beneficial to these iconic animals and work towards making common sense changes to improve the conditions. In the meanwhile, avian flu has been spreading to nearby lakes in my community, as I take my morning walk, and it's a new bird photo, a new dead bird photo every morning that comes through the neighborhood chain. We talked about how the city is responding. It's taking right now on average 2 days for the city to come out and recover those deceased and deceased bodies on our community lakes. This is only furthering the spread. The response has been very slow, minimal, and uncoordinated. The city knew on December 23rd there was a high probability of avian flu, yet chose not to implement any mitigation strategies or notify the public. I was actually walking at Lake Eola with my young family on Christmas Eve, and then subsequently went home to my backyard chicken flock, not realizing that I could be potentially putting them in danger. There was no word from the city until almost a week after that, and only after public pressure was leaked. The city's response was not in thanks to the dedicated volunteers who alerted the city of the issue and provided helpful advice, but instead the response was to disparage them and minimize the situation, suggesting visitors to Lake Eola shouldn't eat poop. With the loss of over half the city's swan population, do we still feel like they acted too soon, that they jumped the gun or overreacted? I don't think so. I think early actions would have prevented a lot of this. The volunteers who deeply care for these birds requested to meet with the parks director and the commissioner, yet were met with one-way communication and closed doors. This same response I received when our neighborhood had questions about a fish kill in our neighborhood lake. When I requested a meeting at City Hall, the response I got was I respectfully decline an invitation to a meeting. Then radio silence. We still don't have answers about the fish kill, and I'm not sure we'll have answers about the avian flu. But I hope with this showing here today, there might be some action taken to improve the conditions in the city. I urge the city in the meantime to put a memorandum on the purchase of any new breeded swans until there's a more formal approach and you guys decide how we're going to move forward with the swan program. We love the iconic swans. We would love for them to continue, but we don't want to sit there and watch them suffer. So I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. I thank all of you for your current concern and compassion towards the swans in Lake Eola as a whole. Commissioner Sheehan has been our strongest advocate on the swan program over the course of the last 20 years, so I will give her a chance to respond to some of the comments, but I will tell you we're going to take a comprehensive look at everything that goes on. Didn't realize you'd be advocating for us to take the swans out of Lake Eola. That's not my top priority for sure. We've had them here for over 100 years, beginning with, what was Billy's name?
Billy the Swan.
Billy the Swan.
Yes.
That came from Lake Lucerne initially, but he was a mean old guy and had to be separated from some of the others. But he lives on because he's the only stuffed swan that we have over at the History Center. So we obviously have a long history with our beloved swans. We want to do the right thing by the swans, and we need to evaluate exactly what that might be. Commissioner Sheehan.
Well, thank you, Mayor, and I can't respond to all of the situation, but I just wanted to make a couple comments. We have had swans in the city for 100 years. About 16 years ago, we had a problem with people harming them because they were malnourished from foraging. We weren't feeding them or anything like that. They were just foraging. And people were feeding them bread. They were getting angel wing. They did have a lot of health problems. So 15 years ago, we started the Swan Docent and Roundup. We worked with veterinarians, Fish and Wildlife Commission, and experts for the best practices to feed and care for the swans, including annual vet checks, microchipping, vaccination, and feeding them the proper diets. We relied upon volunteers to help us out. In February 2024, we had our first outbreak of avian flu. It killed 15 swans. We sanitized the park and worked with our expert partners to make it safe. Avian flu comes from migratory birds coming into Lake Eola Park. There is no cure. It can be 100% fatal. We took the feeders out at the request of our veterinarian to stop the spread from the birds congregating. The birds were fed by broadcast feeding during this time. We have lost 37 total birds. 29 were mute swans. 4 of those were wild flyers and not part of our flock. Our last swan death was January 21st. Our current swan flock stands at 44 birds. Avian flu is not caused by water conditions. Over 200 migratory geese in a wildlife refuge died this month. So it was not the water conditions, because you can't get better water conditions than a wildlife refuge. This outbreak has affected over 100,000 birds nationwide. It has spread to Lake Davis as well. It is heartbreaking when any animal dies. This has been personally very difficult for me as well. I've handled many of these swans and know them, and the swan named after me died as well. So this has been horrifying for me, and this has been very difficult. So if I came across as angry, part of grief is anger, because, you know, it's just been really hard to have a lot of accusations lobbed at you. It's something that you love. It's just been really a hard time for me too. We at the City of Orlando Parks Department will take input and make necessary improvements to the program to benefit the swans at Lake Eola Park. But the bottom line is this was an unavoidable tragedy. I hope we have a vaccine soon that we can administer to Lake Eola swans, but for now we're just going to have to let it take its course. It's tragic, it's awful, and I hate that it happened, but we will do right by our swans because they are the icon of our city, and they are beloved by many, many, many people in the city. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Sheehan. So I don't have much to add to that other than we've taken note. Thank you for coming and bringing this to everybody's attention. I don't mind that. That's fine, and we'll work on it as best we can. But my preference would be to keep the swans at Lake Eola. All right, thank you for coming today.
Can we respond to that?
No, we're finished now.
It's
Yep.
incorrect. We're not advocating for them to be gone. We're asking you to make a choice of care for them.
I got that. I got it. Okay, thank you. We're adjourned.
change lives. We take action in Florida, and this month highlights the mission of the council, enhancing the development and coordination of state and local law enforcement and social services responses to fight all forms of human trafficking. I would like to thank the Florida Channel for covering our meeting. This meeting is being recorded for purposes of taking the minutes. As a reminder, please mute your lines unless you are speaking. Our meeting is now officially called to order. I'm going to do the roll call. Jonathan Stevens for Secretary Taylor Hatch.
Present.
Laura Corbin.
Present.
Okay. Secretary Siobhan Harris.
Present.
Deputy Commissioner of FDLE Vaden Pollard.
Good afternoon. Here.
Dr. Catherine Gomez for Secretary Matt Walsh, DJJ.
Dr. Gomez present for Secretary Walsh.
Dr. Peggy Ani for DOE.
Present, thank you.
Gabriela Risitano for Secretary Ileana Garcia. I hope I'm pronouncing that last name properly. Representative Toby Overdorf.
Here.
Colonel Nikki Bosley for Sheriff Chad Chronister.
Present.
We have State Attorney Bill Gladson.
Here.
And I see Katrina Self sitting next to you. Professor Terry Coonan. I see him there. And Mrs. Samantha Beeler.
Present.
Okay. Looks like we do have a quorum. Before we proceed with our meeting, we need to approve the minutes from the previous council meeting held on October 20th of 2025. Council members, you've received the minutes in advance of today's meeting. Having reviewed the minutes, I would like to entertain a motion to have those minutes approved. Do I hear a motion for that approval?
Vaden Pollard motion.
Okay, is there a second to that?
Seconded, Jonathan Stevens.
Okay, are there any objections to the minutes from the October 20th, 2025 meeting being approved? Okay, I hear no objections. The minutes are hereby approved. We will now hear committee updates. We will begin with the Services and Resources Committee. Assistant Secretary Stevens, the floor is all yours.
Thank you so much, Rita. As Rita mentioned, my name is Jonathan Stevens, and I have the pleasure of serving as the Assistant Secretary for the Office of Community Services at the Department of Children and Families, and grateful to be able to give you a little bit of insight into our meetings, especially during the month of January, and it being Human Trafficking Prevention Month. So earlier this month, the Services and Resources Committee met to kick off the new year and to continue the important conversations that began during our October survivor-led roundtable. First and foremost, a theme that we really felt and hope that each of you has felt through the work of this committee under leadership of Governor DeSantis and Attorney General Upmeyer is the enhanced collaboration and intentional partnership that goes on. We know that human trafficking doesn't exist within a single system, and neither does our response or should our response. So effective prevention and recovery, we know requires law enforcement, child welfare, juvenile justice, education, behavioral health, and community partners all moving together with clarity in roles and their shared responsibility. So to help emphasize that, we invited U.S. Marshal Service Senior Inspector Mario Price to speak to the committee and really highlight Operation Home for the Holidays as the most recent operation and one of the 4 major multi-agency missing youth operations conducted in Florida last year. Inspector Price spoke to the committee about the unique model of these recovery operations and the impactful role that care coordination played in the success of each one of those. And Inspector Price really attributed this intentional coordination as being a vital part to bringing together agencies at the federal, state, and local level, along with those community supports with focused coordination and collaboration, which really resulted not only in the successful recovery of missing and endangered children, but ensured that those children had immediate trauma